Hey y'all. Hey y'all. Can you hear me? You can probably hear my echo. Wow. I can't believe we're on Verdict Watch, y'all. I can't believe it. We're finally here. And it's just crazy. And we got, I guess, they're already there, but I see that. I think that they won't put up an actual stream until they get something back. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hunt around and see what I can find out from anybody that might be there. Nate Eaton says he's back in the court at the courthouse and he's waiting in the hallway outside and the jurors have arrived and they are already deliberating. So they're already deliberating, y'all. I think someone said it took tell me. I think it was 6 hours that Lori took. That the Gene P says, Donna Donald, good morning. Love, how are you doing this morning? Well, I'm just doing pretty good. I started to go for my walk and I started seeing all these text messages flying about a thumbnail and getting ready and Gigi and all this. And I thought, well, I better step up my step and get my behind back home and find out what's going on. And before I could get back home, we were up and flying. Cheyenne Penis says, good morning, Donna. I think I am more nervous in this trial than Lori's. I think we are more nervous, Cheyenne Peanut. And the reason why is because Lori didn't put up a defense. Lori's defense was that nobody got murdered here, for God's sakes. Gene P, we're going to put up a countdown clock if we can get one. Uh, this is my first time to handle a trial, so we're not a typical true crime channel here, but Angela Davison says, yes, I mentioned it yesterday. 4 hours one day and 2 hours the next. So that was 6 hours altogether that it took them to decide for Lori. Thank you, Angela Davison from Facebook, commenting on our live stream. She said it was 4 hours one day and 2 hours the next. So let's see, they probably got 2 hours in yesterday. So if it's about the same, then, and they started about an hour ago, well, then I guess we could have about 3 more hours. Amy Cruz said Pryor sounded like he was working for the prosecution yesterday. That was really hard for me to listen to, and I have not went back and listened to it again. I should, I know. I probably will after after they get the. You're welcome. Did they start at 4:30 yesterday and ended at 8 p.m.? Well, they started at 4:30. I don't know whether they actually got in the room and sat down and started talking by 4:30. It was about 4:30 that he sent them back there. So, what do you think? Was that 3.5 hours? Oh, you're thinking the middle of the morning. Okay. Judge Boyce, could you go tell the jury that they need to get on back in here and give us a verdict before about noon? Because Donna needs to go get her hair cut. Didn't take 45 minutes for Murdoch's trial. Yeah. Carolyn A says, I think Pryor sealed the deal for Chad to go and meet his maker, Bubba. His Lord and Master Bob. Almighty Bob. Bo Peeps is getting a little hitch in your giddy up, Donna. Yeah, I'm going to get a little hitch in my giddy up to get my hair trimmed up a little bit. I've been getting it lightened, bleached for a while, and it's really starting to break off. So I'm going to get some kind of a hair treatment and a haircut and a lecture from my hairdoer guy, probably. But, we have to make all these sacrifices. Okay, so I'm going to go through some of these comments, and then we'll maybe try to lighten the mood in this room a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Eric Jasper says, Amy Crew, one day, KJ, she started yelling out of nowhere, and I was quietly listening to her, and I couldn't get up and out of there fast enough and turn the volume higher. Laugh out loud. She has got some heart. Yes, she does, Eric. Galen says lots of instructions for them to read and maybe take the first initial vote. Yeah, that's what I said. There's like pages and pages. If they go through that and check the boxes like they're supposed to, I just think that would take a lot. I mean, it should give them a long time just to read it to them. Gene P says it was 2 hours and a change for Alex Murdoch's jurors to return with a guilty verdict. Carolyn A says, I love the color of your hair, Donna, and I would love to try something like you. There's a lot of bleach on there to get it that light. I could be a redhead very easily because I have very dark hair, and when they start to strip it down, it turns red first. Red does not look good on my skin. Not that color of hair, no. Oh, Liza Joe said I wouldn't wish rape on anybody. No, I have a hard time with that too, Liza Joe. I know that is what the part of reality, but it doesn't seem right. I believe in people being willing participants in sexual things. Eric Jasper, people were started staring at me like I had 6 heads. They'd never heard our KJ get upset like that. KJ is much younger than me, but she is from Middle Tennessee, and I have an aunt. Her name is Dorothy, and we call her Dot. And KJ sounds exactly like my Aunt Dot, and my Aunt Dot had that much fire in her too. Is she still alive? Praise Jesus. Up there in Obion County. And but KJ sounds a lot like her. And yesterday I was listening to the KJ live, and I had the volume on my phone up high, and my mom and my brother both, my mom and my son both said, that sounds like Aunt Dot. So, yeah, she does. She sounds like my Aunt Dot when she was younger, going off about everything that's right every time. Amy Cruz says, Leanne Shell, the fact that he didn't want to take the case tells me pretty much everything I need to know. Gene P says, what do you think about John Pryor saying that there was a zillion terabytes of information on this case is more than the Library of Congress? Laugh out loud. I think he exaggerated that. But some person who was talking about the data involved in the phones and the tracking and all that said that it was a terabyte. Heck, we all got a terabyte of information now. Gene P said, what do you think about, okay. Robin Swan says he'd be right at home there. He is toad, a totata. Lichelle says music's nothing yet. Jury has convened. Vix Hicks says Tennessee don't play. That's exactly right. Leanne Shell says Amy Crew, he did want the case until it ran out of money. That's true. Sulan Dornbow says maybe Chad's verdict will come in after 6 hours and 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Oh, when will that be? Let's see. Ah, you got me thinking about it now. Sulan Dornbos. I say that wrong every time. Eric Jasper, Carolyn A. I'm laughing so hard right now thinking about it. Beach Bum says Gene P. He needs a fact checker. Carolyn A. says Pryor hurt Chad more than the prosecutors. Jen F. says Pryor is going to have to become a super shredder if he wants a 30-inch waist. He wants to look like a Kardashian. Amy Cruz says, I'm going to do you a favor and go to town because you know that the verdict will come in when I'm gone. Oh, Amy, she's taking one for the team, y'all. She's going to go to town and let them come back, and she'll miss it. Eric Jesper says, y'all know something? Not one time did KJ and the Rape monetize her channel. Not once. I know it. She avoided it. Jane P. 666. Carolyn A. says, oh my God, it's so precious. Eric Jasper. Love her to pieces. Bored and stuff says, hey, sorry, I'm new here. It's the verdict expected today. We're expecting it, board and stuff. And welcome. I want to ask you to please like this video and subscribe because we have a lot of fun over here. This channel was started by Cresha K. Easton, and that's Kay and Larry's daughter. And so by being in this chat, you're supporting the family. And we really welcome you here and all the other new people too. Welcome, welcome. Please subscribe and hit that like button. It helps Cresha K and the algorithms, and we're trying to get out there and make this stuff known because there's a lot more to know about this than they have brought out in the trial. So we're going to be talking about this for a while. Lee Shell says, Robin Swan, me neither, girl. I'm half goofy. I am all the way goofy now. Gene P., I think Chad really wanted to testify, but it was going to be too much work for his attorney to argue. He would still be talking if he had testified. Oh, he's terrible. Robin Swain, Fix Text Tim. Carolyn A. said, the best people in this chat. NF Mom says, my daughter has 2 doctor appointments a day. I just know the verdict is going to come when my phone is off during the appointment. I know, NF Mom. I'm going to turn my phone off whenever I get my hair cut too. So I'm thinking it's going to come in at 1:30 this afternoon when my hair appointment is. Thank you for letting me. I'll tell y'all when it's going to happen. It's going to happen at 1:30 while my hair's getting cut. Robin's Swainson's hearts. Vix Tech says, clap, Tim. Carolyn A. says, the best people in this chat. I think I've already been through this and I'm missing new ones. Christy Lee says, he tried really hard to find a connecting point with the jurors. A fisherman wanted to twist a lawyer. And the 30-inch waist, like that's relatable. He failed terribly in his attempt. So Ziz Jewel says, Amy Crew, I'm traveling back to Boise in the morning and I was hoping to be in court for the verdict. But on the other hand, I'd be thrilled if it comes in before I get there. Eric Jasper says, Carolyn A, 100%. Oh my God. KK says, hi everyone. I usually watch Lauren, but she's on, so I popped over here. Hopefully, we have a verdict before lunch. Love from the UK. KK, we're so glad to have you here. And even though you say that you usually watch with Lauren, could you please subscribe and like this video since you come over here to visit us? It will sure help Cresha K, and that helps the family. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our chat, everyone. Please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not a subscriber. Yeah. Galen says Cresha is the only one who spit real truth deep into the issues that caused so many murders. If we don't understand the roots of this evil, yes, we're trying to get to the root of this evil. Hippie Gypsy says, do they have to do paperwork? I think they do have to do some paperwork, Hippie Gypsy. The jury comes in at 8:10 a.m. Central. Anyway, says, I'm feeling the time of the announcement will be significant to something in the case, like maybe the 10:20 or 11:05 or whatever the evil freaks got married. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if I believe in numbers that much that I think that it will be significant to the case. But you know what? They killed so many people in so many different days, and so many different dates were significant. They could almost just like throw a rock and hit any day on the calendar or time on the calendar, and some bad shit would have happened with these people. So that's my deal. So size Jules said, oh no. Okay, so it's all 80 miles per hour straight flat freeway between Salt Lake City and Boise. I do hope to get a lot of camping in around all those curvy mountain roads this summer. There's so much love in Idaho. Oh, Christy Graham says, prior saying it was a gun for Chad, but a paintball gun for Tammy was out of this world. Like this other million things he said were lies. I didn't even think about that. They were trying to kill Chad with that paintball gun. Robin Swain says, well, did he have insurance? Well, it wasn't going to damn Lori. Robin Swain, I kind of think Pryor is being extra obnoxious because he knows Chad is guilty and he wants. My thing got away from me. And he wants to help the jury not like him. TC, Amy Crease says, TC, that is funny. NF Mom says, overheard a mom say they were in Boise yesterday at the hospital and almost tackled her to see what she knew. We're in Salt Lake. Well, what did she know? Do tell, NF Mom. Did she have any tea? Vix Tech says, thumbs up to board and stuff. Bellaboo, we still have the second deliberations that the jury will have to do. I know. Beach Bum says, thank you, Donna. Well, thank you, Beach Bum. It will be hard for me to be talking if the chat was all in uproar. You keeping everybody in line. Everybody is in line. We have the best chat groups on YouTube. The best chat groups anywhere, really, because we really have very, very much fun and very little trouble. Maria P., I have been a subscriber since Cresha started this channel. I also started with KJ over 4 years ago. Proud to be a Ray. Me too, Maria P. I actually found KJ probably before I found Cresha. So it wasn't long after, though. I found Cresha because Cresha was I think on other people's channel. And I went back over there and followed her. And yes, this stuff is hard to follow. It is not our crazy talk, it's their crazy talk. And we're just telling you about it. Bored and stuff. So, do you think Pryor went into this knowing he had no chance and was going to go through the motions? Yes, I do. I don't think that he thought it would be 5 years, but I do think that he anybody who had access to all this evidence and all these jail phone calls and messages and text messages and emails, all of this stuff. And John Pryor had access to all of this stuff. He knows good and well that Chad is guilty, and he has known it. He's known it for a long time. He's seen all this stuff. It's not news to him when Lindsay Blake says, would you be so surprised that there's a phone call between Emma and her daddy, Blus Black Bloodle, on a December 2022? I don't know. But she does, and he does. And John Pryor does. They all know that. Hippie Gypsy says, I know they had made up their minds, but didn't know they have to do the paperwork. I always hate the paperwork. That's the same thing with every job I've ever had, Hippie Gypsy. You don't usually mind the project or the outcome or all those things, but all that dang paperwork you got to do getting to it is the devil. Annie Ray says, maybe it will be 7 p.m. tonight. My great nephew was born on my late mother's birthday, so stranger things have happened. Let's see. My great nephew was born on my late mother's birthday. That reminds me, I've got to go tell my mother she needs to call my niece Madison because it's Madison's birthday. Hey, y'all. My niece Madison is 21 years old, and you can wish Madison a happy birthday. And my mama will turn 91 years old tomorrow, and you can wish my mama a happy birthday. Yep. So it looks like Madison or my mama might get Chad's verdict for the birthday. I've got to remind my mother to call Madison. She's been saying she was going to all week, and now this is the day that she needs to call her. My mother is following 2 trials at the same time, and I don't know how she does it. She's watching the Karen Reed trial and Chad Daybell, and I don't know how she does all that. I don't even. I just thank goodness she doesn't get upset because I don't like interchange much on that other trial because I don't know anything about it. My brain can't hold it right now. Okay, let's see. Lee Shell says Pryor with the Pryor didn't even believe his own self. That was apparent. He never did all of his homework. Also apparent. That's true. He may not known all of it because he didn't do his homework. He had it all there available. He could have listened to every word of Lori's trial. I'm just going to say, listening to that little bit of Lori's trial yesterday, the audio from last year was horrific, and that's all we had. We are so fortunate that Judge Boyce did let us, live stream the trial so that we could all see justice take place, because it was so convoluted how we had to do it last year. Let's see. Squeaky Will says, how many different counts in Chad's facing? Is it 7 or 8? Let me look, because I think Krisha had has a graphic for that. Someplace. Hold please while I hunt. I'm hunting. Hunting through my files. It's really this. I need my computer worked on so bad. Hold, please. I really appreciate y'all. Okay, according to the Google machine, Chad Daybell, 55, is charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, insurance fraud, and conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft in connection. So, I think it's 7 because I think that there are 3 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and then those financial charges about the insurance and those things. So okay, so let's see if Nate is saying anything from the courtroom. He's took them donuts. Hoping that will, be a good luck charm. But that's all we got from there. They're not saying nothing over there yet. Okay, so we were talking about, and let's see, I'm going to bring up something. Let's see. We've been all, and some of us, the moderators and us have all been watching this one YouTuber, and we've just been having the best time with watching her videos. And if you don't know about her, her name is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. And I'm going to play one of her videos and give commentary on it because we love this lady. Love, love, love this lady. And I'm going to put this in the chat. But I'm also going to play it because I think that you will enjoy it just while we're waiting, because clearly we're going to be waiting a while.
Good morning, true crime friends. How y'all doing? Oh my God. You know how much I love closing arguments. Okay. I have to calm myself down. I'm taking many, many cleansing breaths because I need to calm myself down so we can talk about closing arguments in the state of Idaho versus Chad Maurice Daybell, day 31. Y'all, this should have been called the Lindsay Blake Show. Did you see it? Did you see her give the closing arguments? Okay, so first, let me explain what happened. The judge comes in and he's like, hey, everybody, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Everybody sit down. I want to talk to you first. First of all, court started 2 hours late. What are y'all doing? Do you know that the whole world is watching? We are sitting here on the edge of our seats, bated breath, waiting for you to come in and give your performance. I mean, to say your closing arguments. So we, the jury of public opinion, can decide how this case is going to go. He's guilty. Anyway, so Lindsay was just like, okay, I'm gonna sit here with my hands folded. I have on my bright red jacket so everybody can see me, so that I look good on film, and so that when I go on East Idaho News, I will look good when I'm talking to Nate Eaton. And so the judge is like, okay, jury, I have some very important, boring instructions to give you. They will be important, but mostly they will be boring. And I'm gonna read you 100,000.
So this lady, her name is Kathy, I believe that's her name, but she has a channel, and the channel is called Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. And I believe that her name is Kathy. And so she like breaks down the day's videos, and she does it and pretty fast and pretty funny. And if you've not seen her before, we wanted to introduce you to her, and y'all go over there and subscribe to her channel because it's awesome. And so I'm going to get out of here.
Thousand pages of jury instructions, and I was like, oh, so I'm gonna take a nap because somebody just call me when we get back, because I really, really, really just wanted to see the lawyers. If I would sum it up, basically what the judge said was, number one, you can have all the exhibits back there in the back room, but you cannot have the pickaxe and the shovel. For safety reasons, what do you think they're gonna do with that pickaxe? They're gonna perform experiments. Okay, I'll tell you what. You lay down. I'm gonna pickaxe you. I'm not even entirely certain what a pickaxe is. It looks like something miners would use. Why would a regular person have a pickaxe? But you know, listen, I'm not an outdoor cat child. I like nature in pictures, not actually in real life being out in it. So maybe people use real pickaxes, just not me. So anyway, he was like, you can't have the pickaxe, you can't have the shovel, but if you would like to practice whacking one another with the shovel, you could come here in the courtroom and you can like whack each other out here. And I was like, okay, cool. Thanks so much, Mr. Judge. And then he was just like, also, there's no verdict by lot. And I was like, say what now? He's like, yeah, you can't just like flip a coin or whatever. Y'all all have to get together and decide that he's guilty. We know that they're gonna decide he's guilty, right? Can we just touch and agree that Chad Daybell is so guilty? And I was like, okay, that's all we need to know for jury instructions. Thanks so much. And he was like, Mrs. Blake, Lindsay, girl, come on up here. Come on down. It's your time on The Verdict is Right. So she's like, Your Honor, I'm planning a full interpretive dance performance, so I'm gonna need 5 minutes to set up all my tech. And I was like, wait. Is Miss Lindsay gonna do like a laser light show or something? Oh, child, I was perched, I was ready. I needed to see all of this. So she took her time and she set everything up, and I was like, boom, boom, boom. And then in my mind, the lights went down, and then you hear voiceover over a black screen, the jail call. You are receiving a call from Global Telelink, blah, blah, blah. Whatever they say at the beginning of jail calls. Because, child, you know I don't talk to people in jail. I barely talk to people in real life. But it was the call between Chad and Lori. She's already in jail.
Y'all, she is killing me. Is she killing y'all? I can't even tell you the ways that this woman is like, it's so funny. Come on. Go, Kathy.
Jail. He's over there at the unalive property, and the cops are searching in the back field. And she's just like, hey, how you doing? I'm feeling great today. My ticklish brain is extra ticklish, so I'm real happy. And Chad, in very slug fashion, was just like, hello, the cops are here. Wah, 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 wah. Child, I don't even know what else he said. He was very sad and very depressed sounding. It was very, very clear to him that he was about to get found out. But the devil done got in my throat. Hang on for a second. So Lindsay Blake didn't even play the call all the way through. She stopped it at a very dramatic point. And then she was just like, sex, money, power. That's what we're here for. And I was like, oh, I love her performance already. 5 stars. He's guilty. Okay, wait. I should probably listen to the rest of it. And so then she was just like, listen, let me take you back to what happened way back in the day. You see, he was married to somebody else. She was married to somebody else, and she was flirting. Yes, we have seen her. She's a salacious trollop, but she can flirt. She's allowed to flirt. But you know what? He was receptive. And she was like, are you scared? You know you want a blonde cutie like me. I'm super crazy. I'll believe anything you say, and I'll do things your wife would never dream of. I'm going to let you do it in the no-no place. All the no-no places. My ears, my arms. armpit, everything. And he was like, oh God, every orifice. Oh my God. And so she was just like, follow me and I will take you to heaven. I mean, that is not a quote, but that's the general idea of what she said. For whatever reason, she decided that this slug of a man was super sexy. I think because he was like a big muckety muck in the crazy prepper Mormon LDS world. And she was like, you know what? I have a husband who earns a nice living, who has me living in very fine style. And that's great because I do enjoy money. And all this cute does not happen naturally. I got Botox, I got hair dye, I got cute clothes, I got to work out at the gym. I have things to do. But you know what I need? I need somebody who is my spiritual equal. And by spiritual equal, I mean crazy. And so she was just like, that Chad Daybell, clearly he never in a million years could get a woman like me. So I'm going to go and I'm going to flaunt my goodies to him. And then he will make me like a goddess or something like that. And so she's just like, hey there, big boy. You're looking awful fluffy. I think that's what happened when she poked his little tummy. Anyway, he was terrified. He probably wet his pants a little bit. But, you know, he fell in line with a quickness. And he was just like, Lori girl, I have written us this wonderful fancy story called The James and Elena Story. And we lived in the time of Christ. And Jesus was my BFF. And you knew Jesus too. And me and you used to hang out on the dusty streets of Jerusalem. Is this sex?
So she's killing me here. I hope you guys can hear me, because she's like got all this going on, you know. She's killing me, y'all. I hope y'all are enjoying it as much as I am.
Sexy, sir? The dusty street. Listen, none of my intimate fantasies include dust. I don't know about you, but I'm like, okay. So y'all gonna triangulate Jesus in your madness and in your adultery. Okay, y'all going to hell. Gasoline draws on going to hell. Hardcore hell. Express bus to hell. But okay. So he was just like, me and you was friends with the Savior, and we used to hang out with him over at the market and stuff. And then we would go back to our tent and do nasty things to each other. And it was fabulous. And she was like, this is great. I love it. You know, spiritual things. I really enjoy having all this money from my husband, Charles, but you fulfill me spiritually. And I think you're going to fulfill me in other spots too. So anyway, he was just like, okay, I'm writing this story for you and I'm going to send it to you over text and email bit by bit by bit. Lord Jesus, why did the prosecution find all these emails and texts and put them together into one long story so we could all sort of be a little bit sick together? And Chad, in his writing, can you call it writing, Chad? This was nothing but straight doggerel. So I was just like, okay. He's like, James, which was Chad, fell in love with Elena. Okay, whatever. And he experienced the scientific phenomena known as loin fire. Sir, I'm experiencing the scientific phenomena known as dry heaving. What are you talking about? Loin fire? Sir, I don't know if you know things like I know things, but if you have fire in your loins, you usually need to see a doctor. Like you need a cream or something. Like, okay, fire crotch, keep talking, tell me more. And so he was just like, I loved you and you love me, and I'm going to make predictions about the future. Me and you, we're going to be together. And she was like, oh, really? It's a whole bunch of people in the way first. And he was just like, the Lord has revealed to me that it's okay for us to unfortunately unalive them, but don't worry about it. Extreme changes are coming soon, and I welcome them. And I was like, sir, I too can now see into the future, mostly because it's in the past. And yes, extreme changes are coming, and you might be welcoming them now, but not for long, sir, not for long. So then Tyler goes missing, right? And so people was like, hey, Chad, where'd Tyler go? And he was just like, she didn't really like people. She especially didn't like me, sir. That, I don't know if you know, that's not a reason to disappear somebody. But he was still over there pretending to be a regular funeral potato Mormon. Now, listen, I know it's not a lot of new people on this channel, so I'm just going to bring you up to speed, right? regular Mormons, nice people who just have like family home evening and stuff. Those are the funeral potato Mormons. We call them fumos because, you know, they always trying to get a fumo. You know, they about to recruit you right now. They're going to offer you a Book of Mormon if you watch their videos right now. So, okay, our fumos, those are our friends and we like them very much. Now, next is the better than you Mormons. Oh, they're better than you. Oh, they reading all the extra books. They go into extra studies. They own Facebook groups. They own their private groups. They're preparing up people. They're better than you. They're way more Mormon-y than you. But they're not out here, unfortunately, unaliving people. And so the fumos are like, oh, I know some better than yous, but they still my friends. They're just a little bit like, they're a little too much. I just want to do Sunday and Monday night. And then other than that, like, you know, I got other things to do besides go church. Anyway, so we have the fumos, and then we have the better than you mos, and then sometimes the better than you mos study too much, and then they become zombie Mormons. Now, our zombie Mormon friends, those are the ones who feel like Jesus says it's okay for them to unfortunately unalive others. For the record, we here at Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo are fine with the fumos, although we do not want to be recruited, so please calm yourself down. We are fine with the better than you mos. Now, we don't like them that much. We talk behind their backs, but they're still fine human beings. The zombie Mormons, we don't got no time for that. Nope. Also, unalivers in general are not endorsed by Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Just in case you were wondering, in case you needed to know. So anyway, so all the little friends and neighbors there in Rexburg, they was just fumos. And we like the fumos. Okay, cool. So the fumos was like, Chad, we out here about to go recruit a fumo, but where's JJ in there? Where's Tylee? What happened? And he was just like, I don't know. School. Not buried in my backyard. Absolutely not buried in my backyard. So please don't look there. Anyway, so the kids disappeared, and then Tammy dies. And look, the fumos was like, I think he did that. Immediately, this is the thing that was shocking to me. All the fumos was looking around like, you think he did that? I think he did that. Child. Look, I was like, quiet as this cat. You know, them fumos was over there gossiping. Oh, at the Relief Society, all the ladies was getting together like, hey, you want some ambrosia salad? Did you hear about Chad Daybell? Anyway, so hang on. You know, I done talked my throat dry already. Okay, so look, Tammy dies. Are these the extreme changes you were talking about, Mr. Chad? Okay, because that is an extreme change. Your wife has slipped the surly bonds of this earth. Okay, cool. But at Tammy's funeral, Chad got up and he made a speech. Now listen, all the regular fumos was like, we were surprised he spoke, because normally a decent Mormon husband would be too like all caught up and upset that his wife had died to speak. But he was like, I will stand up here and speak. He gave a real boring talk where he crap talked his wife at her funeral. Listen. What you're not going to do is talk mess about me at my burial. I will haunt you from here to forever. He told me, oh, she's lazy. She was hard to live with. Sir, you're lazy and hard to live with. What are you doing? At that point, they should have just gone right up there on the stage and slapped the cuffs on him and let that be that, because that was a mess. And so I was just like, okay. But we know all this because the neighbors and the friends got up there on the stand at trial and they testified that he was talking all kinds of mess about her at the funeral, and we thought he was guilty then. But we were just like, well, we are nice Mormons and we are just going to give him the benefit of the doubt with a hint of side eye, and we're going to wait and see. Then they brought in Melanie Gibb. Now listen, Melanie Gibb pretends to be a fumo. She acts like a better than you mo. She's really a zombie Mormon, because Melanie Gibb, friend to Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell, knew or should have known. I think she knew, though, that these kids was no longer on this mortal coil. And she's like, so they passed. What you want from me? They just went on to see Jesus ahead of us. So it's all fine. And then they were like, we have triangulated. Mr. Police, I know you're looking for the missing kids. Call Melanie Gibb. And Melanie was like, what? Now listen, You could be out here committing crimes. You could be unfortunately unaliving people, but what you're not gonna do is have my name in your mouth. Oh no. You're not triangulating me in your unaliving. You can triangulate Jesus, no problem. Go talk all you want about Jesus. What you're not gonna talk about is me. And so she's like, I'm out. Hello, police. Let me tell you everything, because what I'm not gonna do is go to jail. And listen, while I think that Melanie Gibb is garbage, I'm not mad at her for covering her behind. Child. Melody's like, I am not built for jail. The threat count, although she's terrible, the food is probably bad. I can't look down on others. No, I'm not going. So she was like, I will tell you everything. What do you need to know? I think the kids might be buried someplace. You should go look over there at the Yellowstone. Child, it's a whole lot going on. You want to know everything? I'm going to give you all the details. And if you need more information, call Zulema. Now, Zulema, Lord Jesus, Zulema. Zulema was a friend of Chad and Lori. Also, she was married to Alex Cox, Lori's brother. Zulema, additionally, a little bit soft in the head. Now, people say that poor Zulema had a bad childhood or a bad adulthood, or things was going rough in her life.
Y'all, she gives the best descriptions. I just she talk about Zulema, talk about, and this she gives that is the best description I have ever heard of Melanie Gibb. That she purports to be a funeral potato Mormon, and she acts like she's a better than everybody Mormon, but actually she's a zombie Mormon. Oh my God, that's the best thing ever. Hang on, y'all.
In her life. And so that's why she was so susceptible to all this crazy brainwashing. I have a feeling she need to be brainwashed. Our light rinse got it done. Zulema, she real nice. She's real nice. Her brain real ticklish, y'all. Real ticklish. She's like, I was studying with Chad and he was telling me all the things. And so I wrote it down, and I have it here. They are now holy scriptures. I wrote it on the back of receipts and my grocery list and in my diary. So wait. Let me understand this. You have come with actual receipts. Oh, a deli receipt, a laundry receipt. But she probably got a dry cleaner receipt. Yeah, listen. On the stand the other day, we found out that Detective Ray Hermosillo has a dry cleaner. I wonder if Zulema was using Ray Hermosillo's dry cleaner, and she wrote some of the scriptures on the back of the receipt. These are holy receipts. Also, for a discount down at Hermosillo Dry Cleaning, use Red Rum as your code for 10% off. I just made that up. I'm just saying, I don't even know that he has an actual dry cleaner, but he said he had a dry cleaner though. So I'm gonna take him at his word, because he's the popo. He's supposed to be out here telling the truth. Anyway, this very dim Zulema was like, I have brought the holy receipts and here they are. Please, don't mind. Can I copy that grocery list though? Because I still never bought garlic bulbs and I'm gonna need that. Thank you so much. So she turned in the holy receipts to the police, and she was just like, so go get him. I think he unalived a bunch of people. And I was like, yo, what is happening? Are only really, really dumb people in this cult? I don't understand. And Lindsay Blake was like, look, so that's the story. He was hot in the pants for Lori. He wanted money. He wanted to Uchi her coochie. And he was just like, we have favorite positions. Ma'am, Miss Lindsay Blake, what I'm going to need you to do is not stand up in court and talk about Chad and Lori's favorite positions. Because, ew, in my mind, it's just like globs of marshmallow fluff all over the place. Because you know all of his nasty ooze. Everything about him is icky. Just like Mr. Marshmallow Man, blobs of fluff all over the courtroom. No, thank you. So she was like, I'm going to sit down and let this ridiculous John Pryor get up here and say what he has to say, but you heard what I have to say. And that is all. Until my rebuttal, where I will come back and slice him to shreds. Thank you so much. And then she said, child, she talked for so long that they had to take a lunch break. They was like, Lord Jesus, this child could talk. Yes, I mean, honestly, did we need a closing argument? We saw the trial. You ain't need no closing arguments. We already knew. The jury was like, we can just take it. Can you bring sandwiches in now? We can just deliberate right here in this jury box. If we just lean over, put our heads together, we can just tell you right now he's guilty. But there's a process. Okay. So we're going to go eat our Jimmy John's, and then we're going to come back and we're going to listen to hear what Mr. Pryor has to say. And then John Pryor stood up and gave his closing statement. Now listen, people do not like John Pryor. And I understand why people do not like John Pryor. But let me tell you something. John Pryor lawyered his behind off yesterday. Mr. Pryor left it all on the field. He stood up there. He gave his blood, sweat, and tears. Congratulations to you, Mr. Pryor. I don't know what your career is going to be after this unlikely lawyering, but you did a brilliant job. Are you unlikable? Yes. People hate your guts, and it is bad to, oh, can you say that word here on the tubes of you? People really, really do not like you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Pryor, I am not your biggest fan, but yesterday you showed us why Chad Daybell hired you to help him go to prison. So look, John Pryor stood up and he was like, listen, I am not famous. I've had enough of fame. Everybody knows my name because of this trial. Sir, calm down. He's like, but communication is a lost art. And what I'm about to do is communicate to you. Now, what the prosecution has done, they have just shown you a couple of text messages. And if you just read a couple of text messages between this murderous, adulterous couple, you would think that they were out here, unfortunately, unaliving people. And yes, that's probably what they were doing. But I have put the text messages together in a totally different way. And so you're going to see my side of the story. And I was like, oh, he's going to spin out a fantasy for us. I wonder if Chad helped him write this. And he was like, look, this is what you need to understand. Chad Daybell is not a zombie Mormon. He's a regular fundamentalist Mormon. Now, he's not a FUMO. No. He's definitely a better than you Mormon. Oh, he's more Mormon-y than you. He's so Mormon. He has written 16 poorly written, ridiculous books about all of his wild imaginations and fantasies, and you can buy them today on Amazon. Use John Pryor as a code to get 5% off. So anyway, he just wanted to gather people. His religious belief say that he's going to gather the 144,000. And what did he want to gather them for? Probably to unalive them. But according to him, he wanted to gather them so that he could save them in the end times. Now, is this ridiculous thinking? Yes, it's utterly ridiculous. He's out of his rabbit ass mind. But the law allows him to believe stupid things. And I was like, Mr. Pryor, you have made an excellent point. He was like, he wanted to gather the sick. He wanted to gather the elderly. He wanted to gather the children. And I just filled in the rest of that sentence to unfortunately unalive them. Was he going to make Soylent Green? I think he was going to make Soylent Green. If you know what Soylent Green is, you're old. Anyway, he was just like, did he have extreme beliefs? Yes, he's stupid. Look at the man. Would you follow him anywhere? No, because you have a brain in your head. But the law allows for him to be an idiot. Being stupid is not a crime. Now, maybe it should be, but it is not. He's a weirdo. I don't like him either, but I got a whole farm out of this. So what you want from me? And I was like, you know what, Mr. Pryor? I am suddenly team John Pryor. Now, I would still convict your client, but you were making a lot of sense. He was just like, Chad is the real victim here. And I was like, say what now, sir? Say what? He was just like, He is the victim of a romance crime. You saw that scandalous trollop he married, but before her, he married Tammy. Have you ever met a more boring woman in your life? She had a boring haircut. She had boring glasses. She had a boring life. For fun, she played Candy Crush. That is all the excitement she ever had in her life. Zumba classes and Candy Crush. It was a sad existence. But Chad here, he wanted more fun. He wanted to spread his marshmallowy goodness all over to all the ladies everywhere. But look at him. Nobody wanted him. Nobody wanted him. And then a lady with a real ticklish brain and
nobody wanted him.
A hot body came up with some crazy ideas, and she was gonna Uchi his coochie, and he was like, yes, please, may I have some more? And so he's stupid. So to recap, he's a weirdo. He believes dumb things. He writes stupid books, and he's entitled to all of that under the law. And so what we believe is that he was a victim of a romance scam by Lori Vallow Daybell and her brother, Alex Cox. You know what? He was going to be the next victim. And to that, I say, probably. Because listen, think about it. Lori thought she was going to get $1 million when she unfortunately unalived Charles. Instead, she ended up just getting $4,000 a month. Chad was like, don't worry about it. Me and your crazy brother Alex have knocked off my wife, and I have $300,000. I don't know if you know math like I know math, but child, I know gold diggers. Lori was never going to be happy with that $300,000. She was going to be like, baby, I love you so much. While we plan for the end times, let's take out a big giant life insurance policy on you. And then suddenly she was going to declare him a zombie because she's a goddess. She's a goddess of the crazy hospital. She's not a goddess here on earth or in the afterlife, but child, you ain't heard that from me. So anyway, do I believe that she was going to unfortunately unalive him? Yeah. Probably inside of a year, but we didn't even get that far because the kids went missing. And so this arrest probably saved Chad's life. And so I was just like, okay, Mr. Pryor is making excellent points. It's not going to keep his client off death row, but yes, he is making excellent points. Mr. Pryor went on to say, Tammy was sick. She was sick. She was lazy. She laid in bed and played games all the time. Yes, she did Zumba and high fitness and some sort of weird tap dancing thing that they call, what is it they call? Clogging, stomping, some sort of Irish dance situation. I do not understand. But that's something they do over there in Idaho, Iowa. I can't keep track of what them people be doing. Shoot, I can barely find it on the map. Anyway, Mr. Pryor was like, Chad was a traditional better than you Mormon. And that, my friends, is not a crime. And I was like, right. Okay. Mr. Pryor, I really appreciate the way that you spun that fantasy tale. I myself enjoyed it a whole lot. Now, your client is still going down. He ain't going to jail forever, ever. But I, Mr. Pryor, would personally like to thank you for this madness that you have had to deal with for 4 years. You did get a farm out of this. Now, does it have dead body juice on it? Yes. Will you ever be able to sell it? Absolutely not. Although that ridiculous Emma Daybell and her husband Joe, they'll buy it if they can get the money together. But I'm just saying, I want to commend you on a job well done. Lindsay Blake was like, okay, is he done? Because I got things to say. Let me just wrap up and tell you why Mr. Pryor is dead wrong. Emma and Joe Murray are garbage, and you need to send this dude to jail. And I was like, Lindsay, girl, I'm listening to every single word you have to say, although you don't have to rebut a thing because I believe you, girl. I believe you. And she was like, okay. Mr. Pryor pointed out that Chad was not charged in all these other unfortunate unalivings that happened. And to that I say, yet. Was he charged in the unfortunate unaliving of Lori's first husband, Charles? No, not yet. Was he charged in the attempted unaliving of Brandon Boudreaux? Absolutely not yet. I was just like, oh, because there's no statute of limitations on murder. Chad, while he's over there on death row or in prison for the rest of his life or whatever they do with him, because you know he's gonna be found guilty. He hasn't been charged yet. And if he happens to get off on some of these other charges, we just gonna loop him right in because we still have all them text messages. Child, there's still things we can say. But also, don't forget the neighbors. When Chad talked about Tylee, he said, Tylee, when he talked to the neighbor about Tylee, he was like, Tylee did not like people and she did not like me. Also, at the time, Tylee was missing and he was speaking of her in the past tense. And I was like, right. And he was just like, Mr. Pryor has told you that oh my goodness. Melanie Gibb was suspect. David Warwick was suspect. And to that I say, yes, they are suspect as anything. They are also suspect to us. Here's the district attorney's office, but we don't have enough to go after them. And so while they are terrible people now pretending to be fumos, if we get all the evidence, we will prosecute them. But child, that's another story for another day. And I was just like, right. Okay, cool. Thanks so much for the reassurance because we really needed that. Lindsay was like, look, Alex liked shooting people. Sure he did. He shot a whole bunch of people. He was basically a serial unaliver. He also had a ticklish brain. Chad's kids, Garth Daybell and Emma Daybell Murray, brainwashed. Again, a light rinse probably got it done. So can you go by them? No, they still live in the house with the dead body juice on it. So why would you go by them? Listen to us, this state. We have spent all of this time going over everything. Even when we tried to say to them, hey kids, you want to see your mom's autopsy results? And Emma, with her robot self, was like, no, I would not like to see the autopsy results. I got a little robot on my daddy's side. Plus, my brain has been lightly rinsed, and I believe every foolish thing my daddy has said. No, he was not Uchi in that woman's coochie, and so I believe he will be set free. And my girl, it's gonna be a bad day. Oh, it's gonna be a bad. I kind of feel sorry. Honest to goodness, I feel sorry for Emma because. Yeah, she's unlike. She about to lose her job. Would you want this woman to be your child's third grade teacher? No. Nope. Not at all. She over there doing unalive math with the kids. Like, no, if you have one mother and your father has one mistress and then he unalives your mom, how many mistresses are remaining? Like, nope. And Chad was like, I give patriarchal blessings. I help people slip the surly bonds of this earth. And I will likely be the savior in the next life. Newsflash, Chad Daybell, you will not be the savior of the world. Now, will you be sacrificed potentially on a cross? Yes, because they have the unalive penalty over there in Idaho, but they don't have the drugs to give you the lethal injection. They don't have a facility to do the firing squad like they said. I personally have voted for stoning by potato, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Also, maybe 10, 12 years, when they figure out this unaliving people, if it's a cold winter that year and they freeze up all the potatoes, then they can use them to stone Chad. Can I come? I will buy a ticket to that. Will I buy a ticket to CrimeCon? That seems too people-y. But to go stone Chad Daybell, maybe we should not discuss this in public. We might need to discuss this in the back room in the member spaces. But look, everybody sat down. It was all said and done. We are now officially on Verdict Watch.
So that was really funny. Did y'all think that was funny? Oh my God. I hope I didn't use too much of that lady's. Uh, but y'all all go over there and become her subscribers because she is so freaking funny. So funny. Y'all, seeking justice, nothing really has happened yet. Although that Nate and them have been in the courtroom for about 15 minutes. That's true. And they've gotten this thing up. So I don't know whether I'm going to go and see if Nate's saying anything else. I know that I'm pretty sure they give them like 45 minutes whenever they come back. You know, when I do remember that from last time, that whenever they got the word, what is the name of her name? The name of her channel is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. I will put a link in the chat for that. She is so freaking funny. I love her. I'm trying to find a link for it. For her channel. Okay, y'all, I'm going to put a link in the chat for that channel. And y'all, please go and subscribe to Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. She will make you laugh because she knows all the players and just a way to tickle your ears about it. Oh, gosh. So I'm not sure sometimes if I'm got all my buttons pushed. All right. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. I'm going to see what everybody else is. Oh, no, no. That is not breaking it. Sorry, y'all are getting to hear some stuff that not necessarily needed. We're doing Verdict Watch. Everybody's doing Verdict Watch. Verdict Watch is everywhere. Come here, Brutus. Come here. Come on, boo boo. Brutus don't know what's going on. He is like had enough of all this trial stuff and carrying on. Everybody's doing a Verdict Watch. Let's see. Verdict. I'm trying to find some sort of a counter thing. So, so they've been deliberating about an hour this morning, and they deliberated for about 2.5 hours yesterday. So they're about 3.5 hours in. I would really love it if they would have it before lunch. No pressure, jury. Yes, Kathy of Murder of well, shit, I forgot the name of the channel, and I just was looking at it. Everybody's got a verdict to watch. Everybody's trying to get a little piece of the get a few of the what do you call it? Crumbs of viewership. Here is what we are after. The name of the channel was Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Gossip, Rumor, Innuendo. I don't know how. I have who get does anybody else get regular notifications from a channel that they do not to subscribe to? I do not understand that. Oh, damn it. It's like, oh my God. That was an accident, y'all. I pushed on something trying to see. I don't understand all the how this works. Clearly. Let's see. Well, that's kind of a nice. Let's see. Hmm. So I'm looking at. I'm trying to look on the what do you call it? I'm trying to look on the Twitter to see if I can get any information that might be helpful or interesting to us as we wait. Y'all chit chat amongst yourself. I feel like maybe something might happen because they put this thing up, but maybe they were going to do this every day. I don't know. I think I'm going to put on our little music, our little feed the duck music while we're doing this and and soothe our nerves as we listen and wait. So I'm going to go back and look at the comments again. It's been a little while since I've looked at the comments. I know everybody probably really enjoyed that. Okay, Jay says, before I grab my roller to continue staining the deck, I just want to say, I bet Chin's ass is puckering. Thank you, KJ. You go on and put some stain on that deck, girl. I want to come see it someday. I bet his butt's puckering too. And he ain't going to get a good lunch like this jury either. Chad is just disgusting. Jenny Benny says she loved this music. Well, I'm glad you do. TC says, I'm house sitting for a friend while they're in England. Their dog and their beautiful home. I'm going to go water the grass because the guys came over and cut the grass and it's looking dead and stressed. Yeah, that's a good idea. So as I Jules, the courthouse is huge. Lots of room in the halls, courtyards, sitting places on the roof. The courtrooms only host so many. Nope, not normal at all. Bo Peep says, Donna Donald, could you tell KJ we love her? I sure will, Bo Peep. Bo Peep says for me to tell KJ we love you. And you know what? We do love KJ. Thank you, Bo Peep, for reminding us to always be sure and tell the people that we love them, because it's important to voice those things and to put that out in the air so that we can all enjoy love. Bored and stuff says guilty on all counts. Let's go. Missy Ann says, if his butt ain't puckered, it will be. Carolyn A says, sphincter. Laugh out loud. ERP says, Thomas Queen, thank you. Watching and listening and waiting from Alaska. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Mohawk Mom says, KJ and the Ray Chad is practicing a new song. Is this my cell, my cell, my cell, to the music of Ring My Bell? Is this my cell? Is this my cell, my cell, my cell? Jenny Benny says, the X-File says, I wish we had a view of Chad right now. I bet he's wearing his yellow tie. I wonder if they get to have their special magic underwear in jail. Liza Joe says, Soul's Eyes, keep us posted. I wonder if they could keep him from doing it if it's part of their religion. I know he's just out of whatever, but, you know, if you really believe that, you want your special magic protective underwear. Eric Jasper, I mean, don't smack me. Lori's a beautiful woman. My mother was 100% when she said, if love fell on shit, it would absolutely stick to it. And that, folks, is a sticky pile of that. Y'all want to watch a little more funny things from our friend, the innuendo lady? She is so funny. I bet he does. Oh, Beach Ball Mop. She's having to get it going. Lisa Talaboo says, its important question is, does Chad get to bring his portal to the prison since it's imaginary? Yes, he does. Okay. All right. So, hold on just a minute. Let's. Okay. I've had a request to have another one of Kathy's funny videos. So I'm going to bring that up. And we'll watch a few minutes of that. So this is where I am. This is where I want to be.
True crime friends, how y'all doing? Look, the Daybell trial comes back today, and I am so excited. I hope you had a lovely Memorial Day weekend. Please like this video, subscribe to the channel. Wait, also, before I forget, if you are playing bingo, I am mailing out bingo prizes today. So if you're a winner, please let me know down in the comments, and I will get you your bingo prize. Look, last week in the Daybell trial, the defense was putting on their case, right? And I was like, okay, defense, I believe what the prosecution has to say, but okay, defense, I'm willing to keep an open mind. Please come and tell me what you're gonna have to tell me. And so then they put that line behind Emma Daybell on the stand. Yeah, I was just like, okay, Emma, I understand that you are grieving and that you have lost your mama. Also, I have highly sensitive recording devices in my face called my eyes, and I noticed that you are now blind and looking a whole lot like your trollop stepmama. Okay, so I'm gonna overlook the trollop chic because I am assuming that that is related to your trauma from having lost your mother and the fact that your father has married clearly a scandalous, shifty garden tool. Because we can't be calling people hoes because that's rude. Hang on for a second. Okay. So you're blind now. You're blind. Wow. Okay. You sitting here up on the stand. You clearly have become a zombie because we can hear the way you talk, and she was very, very wooden. Very wooden. And I was like, okay, are we worried about her life? Because I thought, according to Chad, that the zombie daddies, slip the Surly bonds of this earth. And this girl is clearly zombie. Maybe she just got a little bit of robot on her daddy's side, child. Unclear. Anyway, so Emma was like, my mother was very sickly. I loved her very much, except for I kind of didn't like her. I really love my daddy. And I was like, okay, girl, all right. And then they were like, the wind direction. Everybody says that my father Googled wind direction. That was not him. That was me. I Googled wind direction. You see, I don't know north, south, east from west, but then I Googled southwest winds. Okay, ma'am. Okay. And then she said, look, her other lies. She was like, the funeral home limited what day we could have the funeral. That's why we had the funeral so fast. Ma'am, there have been other witnesses in this case, right? Who actually had credibility and who didn't have a dog in this fight. And they said, nah, your daddy wanted this done right away so he could get on down to Hawaii and marry that scandalous garden tool. Okay, cool. It was you. And then she said, it was my mom who was calling people light and dark. Really? Girl, okay, we're gonna try and take your word for it, although really not that much. Then she said the biggest lie of all. Now look, I'm not calling her a liar. I'm not exactly calling her a liar. I'm just saying she has ways likened unto that of a liar. Example number one, her mama, when somebody fired the gun at her mother put on Facebook, hey, is somebody out here firing guns at people? And so a Facebook notification popped up on her husband's phone, and a Facebook notification popped up someplace for Emma Daybell. Emma was like, I was late to getting a smartphone. I didn't have a smartphone. So how'd you see that notification so fast? At dinner time, your husband is out chopping wood, presumably to heat your house, because that's how y'all roll, according to me. But you was just sitting there at the computer. Okay, your Mormon funeral potatoes were still in the oven, and you just sit at the computer. How did you notice that Facebook notification without a phone? I'm asking for myself. But okay, you saw a Facebook notification, but it was not on your smartphone because you ain't have a smartphone. Sure, you had a flip phone, girl. Okay, cool. And then she was like, my mom upped that life insurance on her own, having nothing to do with my father. My father knew nothing about it. And then prosecutor Lindsay Blake is like, you see this form right here where your daddy signed it? Can you explain that? She was like, I don't. It was signed on a Sunday, girl, because we here at the district attorney's office, we have calendars and we can read, we can figure out dates and stuff. So your daddy signed this form on a Sunday. But you're saying your mother did it without your father's knowledge. Okay, lying ass liar. I'm sorry, did that slip out? It's like, it just sometimes stuff slips out. Anyway, she took her robot behind on down, and I was like, evil trollop. Oh, I hope they call her back for rebuttal and show her some of her lies, because she lied like a rug. Anyway, then Garth Daybell got up there and he was like, I got my mama a quarter pounder with cheese because she liked unhealthy food. Sir, I'm gonna need you not to talk mess about your mama because she's no longer on this mortal coil. P.S. The coroner did not find any quarter pounder in her stomach. No bread, no meat. No, they found potatoes and peanuts. That's what y'all feeding poor Tammy. She was sickly, but y'all feeding her potatoes and peanuts for dinner. Okay, I am automatically assuming they were Mormon funeral potatoes because in my mind, that's all our Mormon friends eat. But okay, there was no meat. There was no preservatives. Listen, has she actually been eating a quarter pounder with cheese? She might have lived forever because them things are chock full of preservatives. But that's just me. Anyway, he was like, And then also I found my mama in bed or on the floor or on the couch or somewhere in the house. And then he said, yeah, my father was there. And later he told a friend, well, we found out from his friend. He told his friend, my mama was dead on the floor. My daddy wasn't nowhere to be found. Garth, I don't know if you remember this, but when you tell lies all over the place, some people are going to remember different versions of your story, and some of them may testify against you in a court of law. Here's the thing that really has me stumped. Now, he told his friend he got home from work at 1 a.m. He found his mom when he got home from work, but then they didn't call 911 till 6 a.m. What y'all do for the 5 hours? Y'all was just like, let's raise her from the dead. We're going to do a Lazarus situation. We're going to wave. What was y'all doing for 5 hours? I do not understand. Were you trying to CPR her? No, she had all that foam all over her. This family is weird. They are deeply, deeply weird to me. Here's the other little thing that I have questions about. The ceilings. Can I know Mo friends? Please get in the comments and explain to me what happened. I mean, you can be a current Mo, but like the ex-Mos and the no-Mos, child, they got all that good. They will spill all the secrets and all the tea for our LDS friends. So I'm just like, okay. So Chad and Tammy were sealed in the temple for time and all eternity. Okay, cool. But then that means even after they die, they're still going to be together. Although something tells me they're not going to the same neighborhood. Tammy, I don't know where Tammy going. Everybody said she was light and she was a lovely lady, whatever. So I assume she's going to the Endless Heaven buffet. Chad, no buffet for him. No buffet for him. Okay, cool. So if they are not together, but if you're sealed to your children, so that means when Emma and Garth slipped the surly bonds of this earth, they got to face their mama over at the buffet. Mama gonna be licking her fingers, eating herself another Big Mac, a quarter pounder, a slice of key lime pie. Personally, I love key lime pie. I just assume Tammy does too. Anyway, she's gonna be like, give me some more of that mac and cheese and some key lime pie. Emma girl, sit down. Me and you need to have a little chitty chat. What's she gonna say to her mama when she see her mama on the other side of glory? Mom, look, let me first of all, let me explain the blonde hair. See what happened was, I wish my child would come to me dressed like your father's. Ain't no way in the world. It's no story she can tell me. Look, I would be windmilling on her over there at the Endless Heaven. Can you have a fist fight in heaven? Something tells me that the angels and stuff probably gonna break it up. But me, I would be heated. Hang on.
Can you have a fist fight in heaven? I'm just dying here. Can you? She's like, I would be just, oh my God, can you have a fist fight in heaven? Are y'all just dying? She is so helpful. Oh, look at Janelle Murphy is laughing. This lady is so, I mean, somehow she's able to say all these things that we all, I can't even say enough about how much I love this lady.
Oh, I gotta talk my throat dry. Hang on. Oh, wait. Gossip Rumor and Innuendo merch is available in the merch store. Child, check the description of this video. Anyway, so I'm just like, Garth and Emma, y'all gonna have some splaining to do because your mama has salts, she has feelings. Something tells me she's gonna have some strong opinions about the performance that you have given in this courtroom here today. Now listen, since you're still on this side of glory, you have time to like work it out and make it all better or whatever. But mama's over there in heaven doing push-ups and waiting for y'all because she got some smacking up to do. Because if that was my child, the smacking up would probably never. I wish you would. Oh, although we here at Gossip Rumor and Innuendo do not advocate for violence on this side of glory or on the other side. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm just saying what I would do. Here's the other thing. Emma is a teacher, right? She's a third grade teacher. Her husband, Joe, also a teacher. Will you get that little letter in the mail over the summer? Welcome to the third grade. Little Johnny will be assigned to Mrs. Murray's class. What? His teacher is who? This is a question I have. Do you leave your child in the class so that you can have a little chat with Miss Emma on back to school night or at the parent teacher conference or whatever? Or do you take them out because you don't want them influenced by the evil? Yes, I'm sure she could teach some social studies and some science and how to add, subtract, whatever they teach you in the third grade. Child, been a long time, I don't remember. But I'm sure she's fine with all that. But she's just like, okay, math. If you have 5 siblings and your father unfortunately unalives 2, how many siblings do you have left? Like, what kind of lessons is she over there teaching? And then at the parent teacher conference, you'd be like, yeah. Okay, Johnny's reading score. Okay, that's cool. Listen, can we talk about the way you talked about your mama when you was on the stand? I have questions. I have so many questions. Also, why your hair still blonde? You just gonna rock this trollop chic from now till forever, ever? Okay. And that Joe Murray, he is a kindergarten teacher? Nope. He could not teach my child nothing. A, B, C, my ass. Nope. You not teaching my child a doggone thing. But I might leave him in the class on the strength of, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you face to face. privately in this room with the door closed about the way you have disrespected your mother-in-law. This is what I need to understand. If Emma and Joe are sealed together and Emma is sealed to her mama, does Joe, when he gets to the Endless Heaven buffet, will he be seated at the table? Is he going to have to answer to Tammy as well? Some tell me them two not getting past the pearly gates. Now, I know they believe that Lori's going to be up there directing things. Lori's going to be like, you get in, you don't get in. What about the people who got there before you, Lori? First of all, I don't think Lori going to heaven. That's just me. Listen, I'm clearly not in charge of these things, but I'm just like, So to review, you could not be my son's teacher. I would smack you up at the Endless Heaven buffet, pies in the face, sheep hands over your head. Child, it would be ugly. They might kick me out. Violence in heaven. I might get sent to like heaven, jail. Unclear how it works. Last little thing. There's a little Scotia gossip that I heard over the weekend, but I don't think of it as gossip because it is true facts. I got it from one of the family members of the Woodcock family. Oh yeah, I was over there listening to difficult research. Hey, difficult research. How y'all doing? Look, apparently, Kay and Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandparents, have a couple kids. We knew about Dennis Todd Trahan. He got a sister. Oh, her name escapes me right now. But anyway, the sister, child, she got a YouTube channel, and I be watching it. I'm like, tell me every single thing about your family. Turns out JJ's mama, Mandy, she died. I had no idea. Now listen, yes, I knew she was a narcotics enthusiast. Okay, that happens. And so she passed just a couple years ago. And I was like, oh, that's so sad. Was it narcotics related? Who found her? Where's she at? What else was she doing with her life? How many other kids did she have? Because our narcotics enthusiast friends, they don't be using a whole bunch of birth control. Turns out Miss Mandy, JJ's mama, had another baby. She had a little daughter that Lori tried to adopt. I was like, wait. Lori, who wants you to believe that like she didn't really want JJ. They forced JJ on her. She fought for JJ and fought for JJ's sister, not Tylee, JJ's other sister. Well, I guess half sister, because we know who the mama was. The Lord only knows who the daddy was. Anyway, I'm not trying to say nothing about the dearly departed, but I'm just saying, sometimes our narcotics friends be dropping it low and spreading it wide, and they don't know who knocked them up. I mean, I'm not saying that was her situation. Let me stop talking. So anyway, she had a little girl who Lori tried very hard to adopt, but then was not able to adopt. Thank goodness. And so the sister is still alive. Now, this weekend was JJ's 12th birthday. Happy heavenly birthday, JJ. Where's the sister at? What's her name? Does she look like JJ? I have questions. Now, are any of them my business? Absolutely not. But I just need to know, not for any good reason, mostly just because I'm nosy. Lastly, did I say lastly before this? Which I'm getting to lastly. Sometimes I do run off at the mouth. We had a little conversation over there in the back room in the members only spaces about Not Spike. If you're new here, I'm sorry, I cannot go through the whole Not Spike story. I just want y'all to know that Not Spike may have been arrested over the weekend.
So let me change out to the state again. So I don't know about Night Spike, but I think that Night Spike might be a dog in the neighbor. I'm sure. Tracy, no, she does have it. She has a job, a regular job, and she does this. She's tremendous. But I'm not sure about the story about Night Spike. And oh, did I do too long? Krisha, did I do it too long? I'm sorry. So we were trying to give gossip, rumor, and innuendo a call out, and we put things in the thing. Maybe I let her talk too long. I'm sorry. I will go back and take it out of our video somewhat. Anyways, I'm going to turn the music back on and do this and take a break. So, according to this is Donna, just piping in for a minute, join the chat, and I just want to thank everybody that's in the chat on this journey with us. So Nate Eaton has posted, and he said that we're about to go on the record in the jury, but it's not the verdict. But we will be streaming live, so we're about to go live. I'm not sure exactly what it is that we're going to do, but also that the prosecutors, Beatty, Rob Wood, and Rocky all in the room. Larry and Kat, Larry's in the courtroom. Jason and Samantha are in the courtroom. So I'm going to go and see. Make sure that so that we're okay. So here, Nate says that they've been back in the courtroom and the jury's been deliberating since 8 a.m. and that they're about to go back on the record for a procedural matter. It's not a verdict. Chad is sitting alone at the defense table. John Pryor and the prosecutors have just come into the room. So we're going to stand by. So it's a procedural matter that we're going back on the record, and that's what we're doing here. I hope you guys can hear me. Make sure I've unmuted myself. But I just wanted y'all to know what's going on. It doesn't seem that, Eric Jasper says, "Dear God in heaven, I'm begging you to let these victims have the justice they deserved for years." Thank you, Eric Jasper. Thank you for that prayer. Shine Penis says, what do you think this means? I don't know. Rachel Carter says that I'm amazing. I don't know about that, but thank you. Jamie says, we can hear you. Well, good, Jamie. I was afraid. Most talkative says, I like Lauren too. I like it when she reports alone. Maria P says, we can hear you, Donna. Good. Good. So, Angela, thank you for always tuning in. KJ says he needs to plead guilty and take life in prison. Yes, he does, and quit fooling around. Difficult research says, oh my God, it sounds more alarming than they're letting on. Yikes. They're saying it's not a verdict, that it's just that it's a procedural question. Eric Jesper says maybe one of them is an asshole. Y'all, hold on and talk about your minutes, because I think I turned my bathwater on whenever I noticed that something else was going on, and my bathtub may be running over into the floor. So y'all talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Hang on. So it's a good thing I went and turned my bathtub off. Natalie Huber says, well, I lost it. The comments are flying by here. Jurors always ask questions or request testimony. Difficult research says the verdict doesn't worry me. The procedural ones, that worries me, especially right now. I have no idea what they're asking about. Well, Hot Mom says, hello. Beach Mom says, I'm multitasking, running a stream, watching for updates, answering phones. Donna, you got an office, y'all. Oh my gosh. Not only that, Brutus has said, hey, Brutus has asked me something 2 or 3 times. He's looked at me crazy. I think Brutus knows something, y'all. Brutus knows. Uh-oh. I don't think I am muted, Pink Violet. Oh, now I'm worried about it too. Okay. So let's see if Nate has any more things to. Not a verdict, just a procedural question. Oh, good grief. Now Nate Eaton says, update. We are just been told this is a closed hearing and we were all asked to leave the courtroom and it will not be live streamed. So we're all sitting on ready for something we're not going to hear about. Ugh. Well, poodle doodle. I don't curse, but I'm fixing it. I'm looking for my window to put that in. So Nate says that we were just told this is a closed hearing and we're all asked to leave the courtroom. It will not be live streamed. Folks, KJ says, folks, it's either a juror messing up or talk of a plea deal, in my opinion. Okay. Monica West says, of course. Beach Bum says, oh, me not like that. Super secret behind the curtain. Me either. Shine penises. Okay, I don't like this. Lisa discovers I would be fine with him pleading guilty for life in prison. Then Bubba would remind him every day what he did. Eric Jasper says, oh my gosh. Eric Jasper says, it's a sticker type of problem on the papers and all. You know, they got to fix the paper stickers. It could be that, Eric Jasper. That's probably what we're going to find out. Sister Donka says, KJ and the Ray, from your fingers to God's ears. That's wonderful. Bix Tech says, I guess they do things a little different. Now, Joyce Myers says, what does this mean? Nate, I don't know. Mohawk Mom says, how can it be a closed hearing with the jury sitting there? Well, maybe the jury is in the other room deliberating, and it's just going to be the prosecutor and defense arguing in front of the judge. I don't know. Now, I don't know how this works. I'm lying. Oh, they're not going to give him any plea. Yes, the prosecutors gave a say. A Beach Bum says, can he plead after the jury starts deliberating? Never seen it. Liza Joe says, Idaho is more territory. They make the law. Ravina Denver says, you know how much money this trial cost the state, and Pryor hasn't even been paid? Laugh out loud. That would be a weird justice. I'm positive the only plea on the table would be life without parole. Yes. I always get prior with a prior and life without parole mixed up. Those two acronyms. I don't. How can you do that, Don? Lamesia Food Club says, Filipina Food Club says, Pryor has a duty to Chad to keep telling him to take a plea as his lawyer. Chad is a wimp and may finally be, accepting that it isn't going home. So time to plea. Why bring Carrie and These people were already at the courthouse. It says, why did they have Larry and Kay come in? I don't know. I don't know if that, but I think that the people were already in the room and then they got the hearing and had to make them leave. KJ says closed hearings do not include jurors unless the juror is being questioned about their behavior. Okay. Thank you, KJ. Gosh, you KJ, we just love you so much, and you got that legal stuff. You've been to school more than us. Tracy on the case says, I hope we didn't get one of the jurors in there that says, "Oh, I can't give the death penalty to anyone because that would mean mess things up." Zero says, I hope it's something like a juror who has to be replaced. That's easy, right? They got too much coughing. Yeah, if you were in a little small room with 12 people and one of them was coughing every breath, you might want to kick them out. Eliza Joe, technicalities. Bewitch says, fixed hex, really? Nicole P says, true, KJ, could be a juror misconduct situation. Medea thinks, KJ, that makes sense. Lisa discovers. Welcome here, Lisa discovers. I'm glad to see you. That makes sense. Eric Jasper says, y'all, they cannot make a deal. They cannot make a deal with this animal. They can't. It will send a message to do exactly what you want to, and the state you do it in will give you 3 hits and a cot for free forever. Maria P says, maybe one of the jurors is a cult member and they need to put an alternative juror instead. Oh my gosh, Maria P. That could be it. We're here for the gossip, rumors, and innuendos too, you see. Lamecia Filipino Fit Club says this is likely a judge, the lawyers, and Chad. No jurors would ever be present. No media and no family. I see. Robin Swan says a closed hearing occurs when the jury is deliberating. Thank you. I love that y'all have knowledge of trials and legal stuff. Trace on the case says it could very well be something like that. Maybe somebody broke one of the rules. Heidi's mind says Lauren of Hidden Truth says the jury stayed, but the public was asked to leave. Bewitch says, thanks, KJ. Natalie Huber says, oh, I saw it. I didn't know. They asked Kay and Larry going, I don't think they did. I mean, they could have. I don't know what I'm talking about at all. But from my understanding, that's not how it happened. Now, I just saw a comment from KJ, and I don't know what I did with it. Where did it go? KJ says, Mohawk, the South Carolina, Boyce runs his court the way he sees fit. Medea, he sure does, KJ. Medea thinks says Chad's not going to play. Beach Bum says, my song of the day for Chin is Run with the Devil. Trey says, I don't think the prosecution would offer any kind of a deal at this point. The chances are too high a conviction, and they worked way too hard. Heidi Spine said maybe they're switching out the jurors is a blessing. I don't know about that. Maybe somebody's sick. I don't know what happened. But we're going to gossip and innuendo and have some rumors about it. Jay said, it seems suspect how they quote, I see something going on. That is not my cursor on the thing there, y'all. Jet Set J says it seems suspect how they quote and unquote randomly selected an alternate juries yesterday. I think they pulled them out of a box. They just had numbers and pulled them out of a box. But what's killer is Those alternate jurors are going to be under. They're going to be like incest. Why can't I say that word this morning? What is the word? Sequestration? That it sounds like something bad that you did to a horse. That I'm not saying it right. I'm pretty sure. A But the fact that they keep the jurors locked up and they don't let them watch, go out and be amongst people. Well, the alternates are being kept in too, but they can't talk amongst themselves or deliberate or nothing. So they got to be twiddling their thumbs. I can't imagine that they would have to do that for days on end that's punishment right there. I hope they have a psychologist apiece. I don't know why they would think that it has to do with one of the jurors misbehaving or breaking a rule. I lost the comment. I was reading and lost it. Beth Gilroy, welcome here. I'm glad to see you. I am very glad to see you. She says, I would never accept Alfred plea, so Slug can get away without admitting what he did was. Oh, no, we're not doing that. Welcome, Beth Gilroy, and I hope you're I don't know if you're a subscriber or not, but please subscribe and like this video. We're so glad to have you here. I'm seeing some new names, and I'm glad to see you. Shawnee Brown. The stop clock on law and crime. So does that mean we have a verdict? I don't know about law and crime. Macy says Chad would remain delusional to the last second. Pryor has to fight for Chad's right above all else. Jay says, let me just keep this clicking. Well, shoot, I've lost my place. Y'all, I don't mean to sequestered. I don't know why. The way I was saying it sounded like equestrian. I was like, why does this word sound like it has to do with horses today? Ravenna Denver says there's no way that the prosecutors offering an Alfred if they were, that's fixed. Paisley Dream says, good morning, friends. Off with my daughters this morning. Prayers for you, Cresha, and family and the jury today. So as Jewel says, close hearing always with the Alfred. Trace on the case is exactly my thoughts, Ravenna. RD and AC says, Missy Ann, wow, how did I guess that? Vix text, there should be a hazard pay for jurors. I know. It's crazy. It's got to mess with their head hard. Liza Justice, jurors are people too. Ha ha ha. Let me see if Filipino Food Club says those eyes. Yes, exactly. I hope if I was a juror, I would need to be having me some of that fancy coffee brought in. I hope y'all have fancy coffee for everybody and snacks while I'm thinking about all this stuff. If you're going to make me stay in this room, please give me a snack. Desert Rain says both Lauren and Nate reported about a juror falling asleep. Today? Did they report about the juror falling asleep today or that a juror fell asleep during the thing? Because I heard Nate say that one of the alternates that was pulled out was a person who fell asleep or was a sleepy type person. I don't know. That's just what. By the way, has anybody said that what diagnosis is on the courtroom cough? I'm sure Nate and Lauren have silence the cough right away if it were something easy. I think here's zero. Here is my diagnosis for the courtroom cough. I think that Chad Daybell has given these people kennel cough. He somehow brought in a crossover, something that you get from the vets from being at the kennel where the dogs aren't properly taken care of. Chad Daybell brought that right into the courtroom and gave it to everybody. It's a kennel cough. Pretty sure everybody in the Idaho prison will have kennel cough pretty soon. I'm making all of that up. They need to go to the dang doctor. Makes you wonder if dang Boise, Idaho got some poison floating around in the air out there. Or is it just that courtroom? They've been working on the courthouse too. It's possible that they, some people are overly sensitive to dust and stuff, and maybe they unearthed a bunch of black mold or asbestos or something over there working on the courthouse. So as Ice Jewel says, Ravenna timber, that would just be about right to poison all the people involved. That would really be bad. Cherry Cola says, what other reason would they clear the gallery? Well, it seems to me, Cherry Cola, that somebody else in this chat said earlier that once deliberations have started, the hearings are closed. Now, I don't know if that's all of the hearings are closed or just some of the. I don't know because I don't know legal stuff. And damn, Nate, I think we caught the kennel cough over here, all the way in Mississippi. Beth Gilroy says, I am both. Well, thank you for being a subscriber. We love you so much. Zero says, by the way, has anybody said what the. Oh, that's already written. Sorry. Sometimes my chat thing just got flies and sometimes it stops. Cherry Cola One is a newbie here. Welcome, Cherry Cola One. We're so glad to have you here. Welcome to Difficult Research. Difficult Research is a channel that's owned and operated by Cresha K. Easton. Cresha K is Kay and Larry Woodcock's daughter. Cresha K is JJ Vallow's aunt and Charles Vallow's niece. And so this channel was started to get justice for JJ, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, and all the other victims of these people. And so Cresha has started this channel because she is doing difficult research to get to the bottom of all this. And we welcome you here, Cherry Cola. And I hope you subscribe. And we're just so glad to have you here and tell your friends. Natalie Huber, jurors aren't brought into the courtroom for question in normal court hearings, so it's just a guess at this point. Oh, you're saying, okay, so the jurors are in there too. Okay, well, I'm going to go look at see if Nate has any more. Gives us tweets through understanding, we call that. So he's not reporting anything else. And I'm not seeing. We're not seeing anything right now. I'm certain that whenever the hearing is over, that maybe I'm scaring myself now. So I'm gonna redo this, redo this, make sure everything's copacetic for whew, just crazy, isn't it? Well, maybe I'll put the music back up. Maybe that helps our nerves a little bit. Difficult research says, I don't know why I'm nervous right now. Well, I do, for God's sakes. You've been waiting on this hurricane for 5 years. I'm not good at this whole hanging on the edge kind of stuff. Not after all the stomach dropping moments that have come along with it. I'm just saying, of course. I mean, it's like you have been waiting on a damn hurricane to hit landfall for 5 years. That's a lot of trauma. I'm just waiting. I wonder if they don't understand conspiracy. Well, they explained it to them in the jury when they were doing jury, when they were picking the jury. They talked to them about understanding what a conspiracy was. So I would have thought if it was anybody that was not of not of mental capacity to understand a concept like conspiracy, they would have never made it to the jury. But that's just my opinion of, I mean, because we watched the jury selection. We, of course, didn't see the jurors, but we heard them. Of course, Pryor did try to confuse them, saying that you have to have a contract or you have to have an agreement or a contract. Sounds like you need to go to LegalZoom and get a contract made out. No. Jody Marie says, I hope he put away for the rest of his probation and all the ones after it. Me too. Liza Justice Court will likely go on break soon. Oh my God. All right, so they just got us all nervous and upset because they got thrown out of the courtroom. Eric Jasper says every time. And Donna says, okay, guys, I got the feeling in my stomach when something scares coming around the corner. Oh, Eric Jasper, when I say, okay, guys, I sure don't mean to scare you so bad and give you post-traumatic stress disorder. My voice is kind of booming like a Brutus. I have a boofy voice. Amazing Lynn, welcome here. So glad to see you, Amazing Lynn. Pressure, you have every right to be nervous, and you guys dealt with so much yet have so much more to come. I know. It's like, how could you not be nervous? This is a big It's going to be a big, huge thing on the timeline of things getting done, but it's only just one of the things. Carolyn A says, I'm nervous because Pryor seems to find a monkey wrench in his back pocket this whole trial. Yeah, but he should be finding nothing right now. It should be the jurors. Pryor should be done finding any problems that he could squawk about. Missy Ann says, prayers for Cresha. Cherry Cola 1, I think if we aren't nervous, we have no heart. There you go. That's it. If you've got a heart, this is bound to mess with it. Claudia Rebecca, welcome and thank you for this comment. She says the jurors set their own schedule for bills and break with the bailiff. So, in other words, just because we think it's going to be noon, it's lunchtime. Yeah, they wouldn't want me in charge of that because I'm an early luncher. I was always, every place I ever went, I took an early lunch because I like an early lunch. I don't know why. But if you get used to having an early lunch, I hate to be that early lunch juror and everybody else wants to wait till 1 and I'm wanting to eat at 11:30. They would learn by about a few, well, they probably won't do this very many days. They will know that about me by before we got to that. Y'all, we better go and take lunch at 11:30 or Don'll be cranky. Jet Medea thinks, as Jet said, Jay, honeycomb is like candy to me. Ooh, sounds delicious. Brutus, what are you doing? Is that cat bothering you? Low Down Madness says, that's laid on madness. I hope that Idaho can implement the law in memory of JJ and Lori claims she was homeschooling him. If there's a stricter homeschooling laws like the state verifying and observing homeschooling. You have a point there too. Yes, you do. They should be checking on these kids. She would have known she wasn't getting by with that crap. Zero. Soul's Eyes. I think Chad had lived in solitude in his own mind for so long, death row won't be much of a punishment. He will miss Tammy's cooking, though. Yeah, he will. Come on, Nate. Tell us something. Well, they've been in there for 41 minutes having their meeting. Seeing if I find anybody else that's reporting about it. So everybody's sitting on waiting. Everybody's waiting. So Nate says that everyone who was in the courtroom is now in the hallway, and we have no idea what's happening in the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. And that's been 35 minutes ago.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, council, we are on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019, 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure what that was. I wish I could give you a review of it, but my mind has gone crazy. And let's see if Nate is going to put that into in English so that I can understand it. Boyce is on the bench, and he says the court received a jury question that the jurors identified as a missing instruction, and Boyce spoke about it, and the attorneys, they drafted a new instruction. So I'm going to put that here in the chat so y'all can kind of see. Making sure that y'all can hear me. And also, let's see, he says that Boyce says the new instruction 42 has been drafted, and the judge will now read it to the jury, and the defense and the prosecution have no objections to having the new instructions read. So that's what they were doing. I hope he tells exactly how it changed or whatever, because I'm. So the judge will add the new instruction to the others, and the juror will take it back with them to the jury room. Jurors are dismissed. Prior ask if there will be a 30-minute warning on when the verdict has been reached. Boy said yes. Chad's wearing an ankle monitor, standing up and waiting to be escorted out. Huh. Well, I wish he would say what the jury instruction was. So they left out one of the instructions that the jury had to have to make the decision. Okay. So now we're in wait again. Okay. Well, y'all, I am going to, I've got it in my ear. We'll listen to Feed the Ducks just a little bit more. Y'all talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be back shortly. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Hey peeps, y'all just stay tuned. If it comes back, we'll be here for it. If they give a verdict, we'll be here for it. We got it going. So please just chat amongst yourself. Chris will be in a little bit too. So talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be back shortly. Y'all, they say we have a verdict. So, Krisha, wherever you're at, come on in, baby. We got a verdict. I guess that means we have 30 minutes to get, they give them 30 minutes from the time. Let me turn this music down now just a little more. So they say we have a verdict in, according to Nate Eaton. 7 minutes ago, he said, we continue to wait for the verdict from the jury in the Chad Daybell case. We're going on 6 hours of deliberations for those wondering that the Idaho, they're going to show us the Idaho exit. Ugh, I don't want to see that right now. Okay. And then 4 minutes ago, he said, we have a verdict. So that means at about 2:20, 2:30, excuse me, I'm sorry, 2:30, we'll Krisha K. Oh my God. Beach Bum called me and she was like, oh my God, I'm just chills. Oh my gosh, y'all. Granny Snark says, guilty, guilty, guilty. Cherry Cola says, blessed be praying for justice. Rachel Carter says, I have to be at Grand's in 15 minutes. I know. I would have been getting my hair cut too, huh? Y'all, it was a bad car wreck on the highway, and I knew I wasn't going to make it in time, and so I just sent him a message, and he gave me an appointment for tomorrow. Then I had to turn around and come back through all that. Anyways, I'm here, and I'm glad I came back. Rachel Carter says, I have to be at my Grand's in 15. Lynn Bree says, awesome, guilty on every count. Christina Jean Donato says, should be guilty. Let justice prevail. Glow with the flow. An hour less than Lori. Oh my God. They're going to get home for lunch, huh? Who needs to know? It's bad that the jury takes this long. Cherry Cola says, blessing your entire family. Beach Bum says, thank you, beautiful people, for being here. Yes, thank you all for being here. Mohawk Mine said, delivery less than 7 hours. Missy Ann says, well, I was close. I said we'd get it from the court at 2:02 in Boise. Vistix, 30 minutes is fine. We've been waiting 4 years. Eric Jasper says, praying for every heart and a pedestal, to be a pedestal for the family, to be lifted on the highest, and to bear the brunt of any ill givings today. Amen. Thank you, Eric. You have the nicest prayers, Eric Jasper. Ravina Denver says, this has to be guilty. Shina Pena says, where is Krisha and Donna? I want to be here with them. Krisha is here. She is just not out in front right now. Nate said it will be read at 2 p.m. Okay. Jane P. says, I need to take a moment of silence to pray for the victims and the families and the entire jury that had every way got it right. They're not through. That's the bad part. Carmen Burgess says, wow, wow, wow. I got chills as well. Janelle Murphy says, it's time. Yes, ma'am. Janelle Murphy, I think that they give them 30 minutes. Someone said it would be read at 2 p.m. Grandma Snark says, yep, chicken skin. Oh my gosh. Jane Smith said reading at 20 p.m. Drainage District says, get your sponge ready, folks. Lisa Hayes. Oh my God, there's a verdict. Ravina Denver says, not that everyone in any universe would see it as a not guilty. I mean, come on. Liza Joe says, really? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Who needs to know? I love your voice. Well, thank you very much. Rachel Carter says guilty. Vix text. Jean P. Pray 2 p.m. We're all shitting bricks right now. I know. It's like, what? TC says, thank goodness we're ready for Phoenix. Yes, and I hope tomorrow afternoon they charge him in Phoenix too with these other charges. Christina Jean Donato says, Melanie Pulaski next. Yes. Beach Bum sending prayers. Ashley Kane, we got this. Crazy how we have waited so long. Justice can't wait to hear what Judge Boyce will say during the sentencing. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. Shannabelle says prayers for Kay, Larry, Krisha, Colby, all the family members. Justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Who know? Who needs to know? Says I have no bricks. Shawnee Brown says verdict read at 2. Sean Pena says, Donna, I'm so happy you're here. I am too. It would have been I've been in the traffic jam trying to do it in the car listening. Cherry Cola 1 says, Jean, I'm right there with you. Ravenna Denver says, my grandson got here this morning for the summer, and I'm so glad the jury didn't drag this out. Yeah, he is too. Zero says, how long was it between the verdict and the sentencing in Lori's case? Anybody knows? It was a while. It was a while between, maybe it was at least a month. It might have been 6 weeks. What's happening, Liza Joe? Liza Joe says, what's happening? Well, what's happening is we're going to get us a... Yes, Detective's daughter, there was a reason for me coming back. As soon as I got on the highway, I saw all these emergency vehicles on the other side of the highway. And I thought, boy, I'm glad I'm not over there. But I didn't realize that they were coming to get on my side of the highway because it was a big wreck. So I sat there for the longest time, just in space sitting there. And finally, I sent a text to my guy that does my hair. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. And so he canceled the appointment. And I set up one yesterday. So, not yesterday, for tomorrow. So that's why, I didn't get it done, but I'll get it. I'm so glad he can do it tomorrow because, he could have said a month. You know how these things are. Lisa Hayes says, oh my God, me too. Judge Boyce is going to diplomatically rip. Oh, Donna, there was a reason for you. Yeah. I'm hoping so. I can't half read Detective's daughter. I sound like Garth. I don't know. I can't say I don't know as much in a cloud as he did. Who needs to know says thanks for sharing. I know that's probably more than you needed to know. Chloe R says if Chad's guilty, it goes to the penalty phase. I know, Chloe R. I know, and I'm so glad you're here to remind us. That's right. That once they say guilty, then we'll go into the penalty phase and start some new nonsense with this guy. Oh my God, I can't wait. Lisa Hayes says, rip Chad a new butt. Justin Beach Bum says, I wish I could hug Larry and Kay right now. I hope they feel our wishes, and me too. Duality, reality, guilty on all charges. That's what you say. I think so. Glowing the Flo says, woohoo, good news. Marilyn sending love and prayers. Angela Davison from Facebook says, let Earth's justice prevail. Jen Smith says 7 hours. Bree 5 says, thank you so much for doing this. It's been great for sure. Gloria Fritz says it might have taken a little longer because of the death penalty. Janelle Murphy says, seriously, I hope they are breaking out the depends for Chad and Pryor. It will be a rude awakening for them. Janelle. Drainage District says, Todd, Krisha, Kay, Larry, and all the family, we are here and praying for y'all. Jane, I'm going to add you to the stage. Hey.
Hey, darling.
Well, I can't believe we've made it here, Detective's daughter.
Oh, me too. I've been sweating.
I really think he's going to get guilty on all.
Well, I can't believe we've made it here, Detective's daughter.
Oh, yeah. I'm quite sure. And then we go into the penalty phase.
Yeah, so that'll be, I'm guessing, well, if they go into the penalty phase, it's like a regular jury, like a regular trial again? I'm asking because I don't know these things. Do you
Well, the
know?
one that I was in, they had us come in and they listened to like family members coming in, trying to save his life from the death penalty is mainly what it is.
Oh,
So
really?
they can hear from the family of the victims. They can hear from, well, it depends on what Boyce decides to do. Because last time he limited the victims, but they should be able to hear from both sides so they can try to decide whether he gets the death penalty or not. But I'm a thinking since they came back this soon that he's going to be sitting on death row.
Pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. And I'll be waving as I go by. Because I go to the medium one to visit that friend of mine. Well, he's
Right.
now a friend of mine. And I'll just wave through all the barbed wire and razor fence.
Yeah. Chatty boy, I don't know how you thought you was going to get out of this.
I don't know how Pryor, well, Tomato Head, ever thought he was going to get him off. But what's funny is he made 2 slip-ups. One he said murder,
Right.
and then he said trunk of the car. How'd he know Tylee was in the trunk of a car?
Yeah, that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Maybe that's why I overslept today, is because this was a coming.
Yeah, you need to get your rest for it.
I guess so.
Thank you, Ashley Kane, for that super sticker there. We are here for you, Krisha. It says Krisha, she appreciates these things so much. They help her so much. And we're here for the family, and that's what we're all here to do, is to find
Amen.
justice. Yes. To find that justice. Okay, so I'm so nervous too. It's like, oh my God. They said they were going to give us 30 minutes. I think they're giving us longer than 30 minutes if they're giving us till 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
What time is it there, Detective's daughter?
It's about 1:27.
Okay. So we got about 30 something more minutes before Judge is going to do something. Woo-hoo.
I'm just I gotta tell you something. Little beach bum had called me and left me a voice message, and she's just got the cutest little voice. She's so excited. She says, "The verdict's in."
She did me too. She was ready. She was like, y'all, she was wanting us to all come on it. Everybody, all teamed on the, what is it? All hands on deck.
On deck. Mm-hmm.
All hands on deck.
She's so cute.
She is. Our whole group is just wonderful people. We're really fortunate to
Yeah,
have
we
such a
are.
tight group of people, trusted people. Nobody's making no trouble.
Amen to that one.
I like that. Hippie Gypsy says she's gifted one membership. Well, thank you very much, Hippie Gypsy. That
Oh,
helps us so much.
that was
When
so
this
sweet.
when this trial is done, in between we're waiting for Lori up there in Arizona. We're gonna get all a little more organized and do some fun things. I want to do some members only. It's not that I want to disinclude other people, but I feel like if you're a member that you know, even if it's
Something
just talking,
extra.
yeah, something extra.
Yeah, even if it's just BSing with us.
Yes. Rama Hadriel said, I fell asleep and woke up. I lost my message because I had a needy meeting with my in my portal. Yep. Oh my. Stacy B, yep, the verdict is in and we're gonna hear it in about 30 minutes. Laura 60 says at England it's 8:29.
Yeah.
Laura just kidding says Laura Marthason. Amen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we've only been waiting almost 5 years for this.
Rodavina Denver says, I can't imagine what the death penalty evidence will be. It will be horrific. I'm
Oh,
hoping I'm hoping it's something we've already seen and we don't get something worse, but I guess that could happen. Lumpy Louise says Pryor just wanted into the courthouse. He just wanted to get in there some kind of way.
mm-hmm.
Jet Set Jay says, from what Pryor had to work with, I think he did all he could. How do you defend someone who committed the unthinkable crime of killing children? Exactly right. How could you
Mm-hmm.
defend that?
Well, he got a
Uh,
house and land out of it.
yeah, and it looks like there's a whole lot of people over there that'll pay a whole lot of money for that land because it's, only a few miles down the road from the new temple.
Well, yeah, and there's some that's I heard, not a fact, I heard that there are some people that want to buy that house and land and they want to turn it into a memorial park.
Well, that'd be wonderful. But to do that, they'll also probably have to get like there's probably ordinances about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And also I wonder if those people, the first people, have some sort of like right to buy that land back even from prior. I don't know, because it
Mm-hmm.
seems to be family land, but not Chad's family's land.
Oh, exactly.
All right. KJ says, so is everyone nervous like me? Yes, KJ, we're all dang shaking like a leaf. I
Mm-hmm.
I didn't I wish I had got my hair done and my face fixed a little better, but it just didn't happen.
Mine didn't happen.
Eric Jasper says, I've said it 100 times, Donna Donald. It don't get no better than the people on this channel. 100%. Well, thank you, Eric Jasper. I
Oh,
appreciate
yeah.
that. And we feel
Thank
the
you,
same
Eric.
way about every one of y'all.
They don't
Beach Bum.
realize it, but we look for their names to come in.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. Let's see. Oh my gosh. All these super stickers. I didn't even see them. I'm terrible at this.
Well, I can't
Beach.
see them because I'm on my phone.
I don't even know how y'all. I was telling my neighbor, I was like, I don't know how people do all the stuff that they do on their phones. Thank you, Miss Mojo Rising. She did this 2 different times. Thank you so much, Miss Mojo Rising. Oh, she's been busy.
Oh, y'all are fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, so much. Let's see. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so they're starting to put in the chat where everybody's from. So I'm from Mississippi. Probably everybody knew that without me even putting in the chat just because of how I talk. Oh my gosh.
I still get up in here in Taterland. You're not from here, are you? You think?
You know, I was in a contest one time, like a speech contest for Toastmasters, and that was our for what they do is they for this contest they give you like a sentence and you have to make up a whole story about that sentence just
Mhm.
off the top of your head, and that was the sentence was, "You're not from around here, are you?" and
Mm-hmm.
so and so that was fun. Of course, I only got to hear my own speech because you went out one at a time and did it. I did not win the speech contest, but it was a lot of fun.
Did you have you tried like uh texting? You can put your voice and it's supposed to type out what you say. Well, I can try it, but it never puts out what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't use voice to text to send anybody a message either because it doesn't understand anything I say.
And gosh forbid if you ever say cattywampus, because it don't know what you said.
Catawampus.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked up that whole thing about catty corner and kitty corner. Uh,
We've always called it catty corner.
yes, we do too. And I think it's a regional thing that that area of the U.S. is kitty corner, but they're
Yeah, we're
wrong.
weird. They're
there's
weird.
this there's a store even back in the day, whenever you had little stores out in the country, and the name of that
Mm-hmm.
store was called Caddy Corner.
We
And
had one too.
did you?
I
I mean,
loved it.
well, back in the day, you could you could write your kid a check. I was like, Mom, can I have 20? You could write a check to your kid, and your kid could take it down and get it cashed at the
Mm-hmm.
grocery, whatever. Now you can't do nothing like that. And if you did,
Oh
your some
no.
kid would be stealing your checks and everything.
I
We really
remember
did.
when my mama used to write a note to get her Benson and Hedges Light 100s. And we could buy the cigarettes for them if we had that note, but we had to go straight home. Can't do that
Well,
anymore.
that's pretty funny too.
Oh, come on, time.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Mm. And I'm going to look this up and talk about this sometimes because, Krisha talks about that. Everybody talking about the portals and the remote viewing and all that. I'm just going to
Mm-hmm.
say that remote viewing stuff is crazy because what it amounts to is me telling you, like you say, well, Donna, I've lost my keys over here. Can you help me find them? and I would say, well, I can help you find them if you'll send me a diagram of your house all the way to Mississippi. So I'm over here in Mississippi, and I'm like just thinking real hard and remote viewing in your house over there. I'm like, have you looked under the corner of your couch on the right side? That's what that's how stupid of a concept that is. And our government was paying money to do research to see if anybody really could do that.
Yep.
No, nobody can. If anybody found anything, it was a flat accident.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's how Tim was supposedly gonna find Marty Gardy and all that stuff, was because like his psychic wouldn't even be with him to say, hey, go this way or that way. She'd be sitting back in her air conditioned house over there, you know. Well, turn right at the third bush on the left, you know.
Yeah, wrong.
That could never work
Wrong.
out. And then you'd like to say, well, I would like to have been in a meeting where they were talking people up into spending money to do that.
Oh, I know. I'd like to have the money they paid them.
To sit at their house and make up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of confidence in them people.
I think when this verdict is given and the penalty phase is done, I'm gonna go out to the memorial fence, and I think I may plant some roses.
That is an excellent idea.
Because the last time I was out there, I planted sunflowers, but they didn't come up. So I
Yeah.
think this time I'll plant some rose bushes. Maybe I can try to find some. I have a beautiful purple one that I have at my home, but I'm gonna see if I can find one for Tylee, and then see if I can find like a blue and white one for JJ, and see if I can plant them out there, because they're not that hard to take care of.
Right. And those would be nice perennials to come back every year. And it'd be nice for the people who live there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Nate
I
Eaton
just pray.
says, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, he just says, the Nate Eaton says that the jury deliberated for 5 hours and 54 minutes, give and take a few minutes. And that he says that several police officers and other investigators are in the courtroom, and every single seat in the courtroom will be filled. He says that family members have been notified of the verdict and have been reached, and it will be read at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. So I've just
Yeah,
read.
there was a reason I couldn't get a ticket to get in there. I think the Lord made that happen.
Well,
Because yesterday I would have probably been in jail for contempt of court.
I can say yes. And I wonder if What's Your Doodle Fake is going to be there. Emma and all that bunch. I bet none of them are going to be there.
Oh, probably
says
not.
here-
He probably told him to stay home.
This is what Nate says. In the courtroom, Larry and Kay Woodcock, Heather and Matt Daybell, Ron Douglas, Tammy Daybell's father is in there, Samantha
Yes.
William, Tammy's sister and her husband Jason, Mike Douglas, that's Tammy's brother. Other family members are also here.
Yes. And I hope he feels them staring down his back of his head.
He wanted some attention. Well, now he's got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Talk about sitting on pins and needles.
Oh,
You'd
I
think I
know.
had ants in my pants.
KJ says, I'm not trying to be negative, but I've got to brace myself if it does not turn out right.
Oh, amen
Why?
to that one, KJ.
Oh, yeah. Unless if he was to be walking around, it would be a whole lot of people not safe.
Oh, whew. He wouldn't be safe.
Everybody, I'm not even sure how to do this. You might know. People are given these memberships, gifted memberships, but
Mhm.
you have to be set up to accept that. And I really don't even know how that is. So you go into your own settings. Do you know, Detective's daughter, how that works?
I think all they have to do is click. There's a certain thing that comes up, and all they have to do is click on it.
You just click on it. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll come up when okay. Language of Horses was gifted a membership. She must know how to do it. Yeah. They did. Hit the gift button if you get it. Okay. I'm just a oh
Yeah.
my
Beach Gum
gosh.
says there is a line on the dollar on the donate button, the dollar sign. Okay. Ravina Denver says it's under the tab with the money thing button and scroll to the bottom and select accept gifts from this channel.
Nate Eaton says that law enforcement officers continue to file into the courtroom. Lots of chatter among the people in their seats. John Pryor and Chad Daybell are not in the courtroom yet. So,
I can't remember. I'm thinking that Pryor can visit with Tomato Head before they come into the courtroom because he has to hand him his clothes anyway, but still, I think they can have a conference before they come into the courtroom.
oh Lord. I feel like this clock is running awful slow, y'all.
Oh, I know. I keep looking and it's only 1:45,
It's like, this is
1:46.
how long can this take? It can take that many minutes, and they're just slow dripping through the sands of the hourglass. They're moving real slow.
Ooh,
Oh my.
KJ and the Ray, honey, I don't know. I didn't notice that he had an ankle monitor on.
Nate Eaton said that he had a ankle monitor on this morning when he came in the courtroom.
Ooh.
Well, I'm telling you, those big old boys they've got in the courtroom, I think all the time, they act like they are ready for someone to try to hurt him, and you know what I'm saying? They look like they're
Oh, yeah,
protecting
they
somebody
are.
that might get assassinated or something.
Yep, especially
I'm
with high
just,
profile.
I'm just going to say, I might dodge a little if somebody was shooting at him and I was protecting him. I'm just saying I would
Mm.
dodge. I'm just saying I would. I'd protect him, but I don't believe I'd lay down my life for him.
Well,
Okay. Stacy B says this will be the end of the raccoon. I
yeah,
don't think
thank
that.
God.
Everybody's got a raccoon story. They're so cute. Sue Dorbo says, so verdict today. Arizona charges tomorrow. Yes.
I hope
Yes.
so.
Yes. Yes. Arizona tomorrow. Arizona tomorrow. Heidi's mind says, KJ and the Ray, we are from the same cloth. I can't get my hopes up to protect my heart. I know it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, got me.
Ex- expect the worst, but hope for the best.
I don't see how he could get off of any of it, but prayers, Crescia. We got you. Got your back, says Don Vardy. Don Vardy has got your back. Ray Granstead said, well, I will gladly go to jail as part of a lynch mob.
Well, you better join me then.
I hope
We
we
can
don't
share
have
a cell.
I'm like that lady that said that she's liable to get thrown out of heaven for whooping her kid.
Yeah, that would be me.
2007 whistleblower says, hit the gift button at the top. Yeah. Sanford, Pat Sanford. I hear mowing of grass. I hope you do not.
Barely.
I don't even know where it's coming from. I wish it was coming from my yard, but no, it'd be a ghost mowing out there. There's a lot of us. Let's see. Miranda Ingram says, how much longer? About 11 minutes.
Yeah, 11 minutes.
Edie Party says, he's a goner. No way they came to a verdict this quick and if it was innocent. Beth Gilroy says, yes, verdict's in. I'm thinking it's all guilty. Jupiter, Tarot, and the astrology says 20 more minutes. And I think at this point, it's knowing them, it will be 20 more minutes. It should
Yeah.
be Eric Jasper says, I don't know about anyone else, but I wish I could see Chad with Larry and Kay, Chad's SIL, all of them staring him down when he hears, yes, yes, you did all of this, Chad, and now we get to watch them punish you for it. We kind of will get to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Sanford says, okay. I get lost trying to read. Beach Bum says, I'm wearing the shirt. I'm not sure which one. Pat Sanford says, I wonder if Emma and her siblings will even watch. They've been so dedicated to sticking their heads in the sand. I doubt they will watch. They might come and beg for his forgiveness when that part starts. The X-Files, if Chad was walking around free, he would have to keep looking over his shoulder every day. Yes, he would. He's going to be looking over his shoulder where he's at. Everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
2007 whistleblower says, if you hit the gift button, it asks to accept memberships at the top with the latest 5 memberships. Oh. Miranda Ingram says, thank you. Janelle Mercy says, if Chad was to walk around, he would not be safe. He wouldn't be
Oh, no.
safe. No, they wouldn't be safe either. Nobody would be. Baby Girl 5478 says, the money symbol on the bottom right of your screen, if it's an Android, not sure if it's an Apple. Eric Jasper says 16 minutes roughly. 9, I hope. James 8. Jamie says, Gloria Fritz, me too, especially knowing her mom passed just after Lori's trial. Yeah. We're glad that Tammy's daddy is there.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Bracken says, I love this broadcast from the beginning. Well, thank you, Joe Bracken. Hippie Gypsy says, I call it Caddy Corner. I do too.
Yep.
And Caddy Wampus is a thing we say over here too.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Alongi 13, I've already been bawling. I know it.
Oh, yeah. I already had my
It's come.
crying jag in the shower.
Yeah. Beach Bomb, yeah. Well, Emma and her siblings be there. I cried earlier too. Bo Peep, we're all freaking out. Pat Sanford said, yep, X-Files. On the outside, he's canceled. Beach Bum, he's giving him the news. The walls are not falling down, Chad. You're going to have to go on to jail. Ramahedral says, YouTube won't allow me to accept gifts, and more people have that issue. And trust me, I've tried it all. Wonder why that is.
That's weird.
It's just weird. Joe Bracklin says, prayers for Crush and her family. Heidi's Mind says, I don't have a membership button. Can the mod send a link for the iPhone? Do you know about that?
He's trying to get a
Oh,
membership. What's he trying to
well,
do? I'm
let's
sorry.
see. I'm sorry. Let's read this again. Heidi's Mind says, I don't have a membership button. Can a mod send me a link for an iPhone?
Mm, I think like on my iPhone, the
I think it's just
the
there's a join button to do a membership, isn't it?
well, it's weird on an iPhone. Usually, if somebody puts a gift out, it's up at the top, left-hand corner to where it shows like who donated it, which is like a C or say a D. Like you would say you gifted 5, it would have a D and then a $sign and then 5 gifts, and then somebody could click on it under there.
Jason C says, thank all of you so very much can control the emotions going on right now with us being here has made it possible because of y'all's much love and respect. Well, thank you, Jason. And I know it's very emotional over there, and you hug our girl up tight. You hug her up tight during this whole thing. Gloria Fritz says, T.S. Jackson 72, hey there. Lost Cookie says, I hope they gave him a cold shower so he can be awake for the hearing of his fate. Pat Sanford says, yup, they'll come when it gets real. Sulan Turbos, cozy coneheads. KJ asks, KJ says, love you, Jason. KJ asked earlier, do we know why Chad had an ankle monitor on? I don't know why he had an ankle monitor on today. And I don't know, he may have had one on every day. I haven't noticed it. And it just that Nate made note of it. And so I made note of it when I was reading his tweet.
Well, I text a friend of ours, and he said it's because if he decides to try to take a leap out of the courtroom and he tries to get away.
I can't, it's like the thinking about a turtle trying to escape. You know what I'm saying? What?
Mm-hmm.
What? He would be so slow, for God's sakes. Amy Cruz says, if I'm this nervous, I cannot imagine how all the living victims feel. I know. Hippie Gypsy says, go in where your membership settings are and look for it. It's a toggle switch. Trace on the case says, hey, Jason, this is it. This is it. Yeah, it is. Oh, my God. Only 3 more minutes, y'all. I feel like we're about to give birth or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're all in labor together. We're all in labor. We're giving birth. Somebody pushed this baby out, for God's sakes.
We're waiting for him to say push.
Train District. I bet old boy is for real looking for a portal to anywhere besides the courthouse. He's just awful. Bix text. Jojo, you are so right. Kim Top says they are puffing up Chad's pill in the prison, waiting for his rival. No sleep tonight, Chatty boy.
Mm-hmm.
Beach Bum says, I don't have an iPhone. You may need a computer. I don't know about these things. I'm so dumb. I wanted to take my big iMac on vacation because I don't know how to do stuff on the phone correct. Okay, I'm going to look and see if Nate has tweeted anything else since.
Rombo says the raccoons were naughty in the kitty corner.
Okay, here's a few little things from Nate. Nate says the attorneys have left the courtroom to go meet with Judge Boyce, and the court reporter is at her seat, and the lady who runs the live video feed is at her desk. Okay, now he says the attorneys are walking back to the courtroom, and the room is packed. 67 state witnesses, 11 defense witnesses, 6 rebuttal witnesses, 8 weeks of testimony, 12 jurors, 6 hours of deliberations, and we are here minutes away from the verdict being announced. I'm going to put that in our chat because that's just some dang good writing that Nate did there.
Mm-hmm.
Go, Nate. That was some good writing. I think those are some things people would want to take note of, and about how many witnesses have been here and all that.
Yeah, especially if they're keeping a timeline and of all what's going on.
Bless your heart, my baby.
Oh. What's up?
Hi,
I'm
my
nervous.
darling.
Hey.
Oh, I can't imagine how you feel. I mean,
Praying, praying, praying,
I'm
darling.
just gonna sit. I can't talk.
okay, you don't have to talk.
You don't have to.
We can all pray and love on you without you talking. Okay, let's see. I'm going to read some more chat.
You got so much love in this room right now, Crusher. I hope you feel it, darling.
Do.
KJ and
Come
the
on,
racist.
it's 201.
Justice through understanding. We got all-
Amen.
Thank you all for being here with us today to support Cresha and the family during this time that we're going to get this verdict back about this terrible man who certainly is guilty. We have to say allegedly until about 10 minutes from now.
I'm here for that.
Yep. Trace on the case is
Mm-hmm.
Janelle Murphy. I'm so glad you have chose to be here with us during this trial today. I know it must be emotional. We thank you so much, Janelle. I know
It means the most. It really does.
it does.
Because it's
Yep.
through action. You've done it through action, not through talk, you know? It's what separates us, separates them from us, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have the right words.
I'm gonna hit this thing again and make sure it's not stuck or something. So don't let me scare y'all because I'm not about to.
Okay.
I don't want to screw it up now.
I hope somebody's smoking for me.
I'm about to. That's what I was about to do.
Okay.
I think I'm about to too. I forgot about it. Damn it. I went to go get my hair cut and the highway was like, I couldn't go anywhere. And I was like, oh, damn it. So I called the guy and but it took me forever just to get back home. Just
But
in
you're
time.
here.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am. I'm so glad I am. And it's just unbelievable.
Way too
And
many
so
things.
I've got a question. Of course, this is just, if anybody knows in the chat and can answer this, once they start their deliberation for the death penalty, because I'm giving him guilty already, I've decided for him. Anyway, once they start that, will they work through the weekend or will they wait to deliberate on Monday? Will they make these poor people stay in their rooms by themselves? Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
All right, please. Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise, I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Hey, I'm gonna go hug Jason real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay,
So
do that.
I'm just letting you know.
I think
Yeah,
hug him long. Don't do it quick.
I'll be right back.
All right. Okay, y'all. Wow. Guilty on all of it. Wow. We knew that, but I'm sure glad the jury knew it too. Oh my God, everything's went crazy. Oh my God, KJ is crying. Detective's daughter's gonna come back and talk. Hey, detective's daughter. Oh
There
my
we
God,
go.
we're so happy about it. We're so happy.
Oh yeah, I got snot flying everywhere because I've been crying.
I know it. I'm so glad about it.
Oh,
And Krish has gone to get her some Jason hugs over this. Oh my God. We're just okay. So they've given them an hour and they're going to start up. See, I thought, oh, we'll give y'all to Monday to start talking about it. Remember, I was like,
no.
are they going to, they're going to start right after they get done.
Yep.
I wonder if they ever even ate lunch. I guess they ate lunch while they were deliberating. Jocelyn
Oh,
says Emma's lies sealed it. Well, they may have, Jocelyn, and I'm glad you're here too. I'm glad you're all here. Joyce Meyer, Shawnee Henry, Miss Carmen, Marilyn Pasker. There's new names and people I'm used to seeing both, and I'm so glad you're here to be with Cresha. Natalie Huber says, I pray Emma and Garth get the help that they need because, well, I lost the rest of
they
the
need it.
comment. They
Mm-hmm.
need it. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And I'm like that other lady. I don't think I'd want them teaching my kids go. I don't think I would. And I'm sure that's going to come up, you know.
Oh, whew.
There's, I don't know why they want to stay right there. I would move away from there. Either Beach Bum says, that's what I thought Monday. Nope. He says we're gonna take we're gonna have to take a pistachio nut and dip break here, and then we're gonna go right back to work, people.
Oh,
Desert Rain says now it's adults and kids. Son-in-law need to be charged with perjury. See, I can see
mm-hmm.
why the grand jury did say, hey, call them kids back here and charge them. Vic says that Judge Boyce wants this done. Judge Boyce wants them to argue it out. You don't think he's going to give him the death penalty by this afternoon, do you? I thought they
He
had to,
could.
like, could he? I thought they had to do like with Lori's trial and had to, like, get some reports and go talk
Yeah,
to
they
his
have to do. Yeah, they have to do
Manem
the
and
victim impact statements and all that.
right.
So I'm quite sure that that's what's probably going to happen when they come back.
Wow.
I'm hoping he lets all the ones that want to speak let them this time.
Yes, me too. I'm trying to do a little, what do you call it? A little bit of multitasking.
Oh yeah, that's not me. Not anymore.
Well,
Hey.
Did you
Okay, we
get
did
your
it.
hug, darling?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Uh, so since we are at 6 hours and 26 minutes right now, and we have however long Facebook cuts off at 8 hours. So hold on. I think we need to start a new stream. That's
okay.
what I'm doing. But just hang tight. I gotta go. I'm gonna go schedule it first, throw the link in here, and all that stuff.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well, we'll just hang out and
we'll
chat
visit
over here.
we'll
Right?
we'll visit more on the other one,
Okay.
just
Okay.
kind of go with it. All right. Love y'all.
Okay.
Thank you
Sounds
so
good.
much.
Okay, Jay says now would be a great time to say I love y'all. We love you too.
We sure do. We sure do. I can't believe they're starting on this phase of it today. I thought he would say, okay, y'all have a swim in the hotel pool and we'll start back on Monday, you know? I had no idea. He was like, okay, I'll let y'all stay here. I'll let y'all go home early to pick y'all's kids up from school, but that fun is over with. Now we're staying up late and working through the weekends.
Oh,
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I'm
Oh my
thinking that
gosh.
they already got their minds made up about the death penalty or not.
Well, they may have their minds made up, but I bet you we're going to have to sit through a whole lot of freaking nonsense in the way of, I don't know. I could be wrong. He may not have the whole family come down there and tell how good he is. But I imagine there's going to be at least a thing or two that's going to make us gag when we hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it. I'm so happy about it. Chad was convicted on all of the accounts.
And you notice his facial expression did not change at all.
He just and I'm guessing that ain't going to make any difference
Mm-mm.
to his kids.
Hey, can you replay it real quick?
The guilty part? Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, I didn't watch. I wasn't. Yeah.
Okay. All
Just,
righty.
I don't know.
Card 997.
What? Okay, no.
Next, just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record.
Chad Guy Daybell, not guilty.
I'm trying to. There.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant. Case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? guilty, dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Right? Oh, here. I just put us behind it so I could go back and trim it and have hold on, I'm trying to fix the aspect. Like this. Oh, no. Here we go. Something like that. Let me stop my cam. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Okay.
his facial expressions didn't move, but you were right. He did gulp.
Yes, he did. He's a control freak. He is a freaking control freak. I'm so glad Tammy Daybell's dad is there. Oh my God. I had chills whenever I heard that he was there. I mean, just to have to face or be in the same room as your father-in-law that you've known for years and years and decades and lied to, and oh my God. This is how love wins, okay?
Yep.
This is it. All right. I'm working on a thumbnail too. So
Now let's pray for Arizona to nail him with some charges.
I just
think that
feel like they are.
Nate has went outside and done a live, I think. Let me see. Golly, I can't even believe that now. I'm not even going to say that out loud, what I'm thinking.
Go ahead.
Well, we may have broke the internet today. Or
Why?
Chad may have broke it. Just that everybody that wasn't even covering this is covering today. It's competing with the old presidents have a verdict thing too. Hey, Chad is that? I mean, not Chad. Nate is outside interviewing people. Do you want to see that or?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure do.
Thank you. I know you did a great interview. You did good. She's been here early every day with the group.
And thanks for the donuts.
Yes, brought donuts this morning. I guess the theory on bringing donuts helped.
You're right. Yes. Yeah. You're a repeat.
Right.
Because you brought them for Lori's trial for the verdict day, right?
Verdict day, brought donuts. We got the verdict in and then did it again this year.
So that means you need to go to Arizona and bring donuts as well. Okay.
I will do it. Let's not talk about Arizona yet, though. Although that she does bring up a good point. We do have another trial for Lori Vallow, who is in Arizona at the Maricopa County Jail on these charges in relation to the deaths of Charles Vallow, her fourth husband.
They just don't stop.
The conspiracy of the death of Brandon Boudreaux. So she faces conspiracy charges on both of those people, Charles and Brandon. That trial is scheduled to begin in August, but I don't think it will be happening in August. I think it will be early next year. Many of you are just tuning in. Chad Daybell found guilty this afternoon on all counts, 3 first-degree murder counts, including J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. 3 conspiracy to commit first-degree murder counts, Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, Tammy Daybell. 2 counts of insurance fraud for the insurance money that he used after Tammy Daybell died. He used those funds. And Chad Daybell killed his wife. He killed J.J. Vallow. He killed Tylee Ryan. And he conspired with Lori Vallow to commit their murders.
And then he funded it with the blood money.
Decided on this afternoon when they handed down this verdict less than 20 minutes ago. And now we wait to see what his punishment will be. Will he face the death penalty? Will he face life in prison? Idaho has not sentenced somebody to death since 2017.
Nor put him to death.
This would be the first death penalty case in eastern Idaho in I don't know how many years. Several years, possibly over a decade or more. But that jury could very well come back after this penalty phase and say Chad Daybell deserves to die for the crimes he committed against his wife and the children of his new wife. Inside the courtroom, we have
going into the sentencing phase.
Father for the first time.
Or guilt phase.
Court hearing. I spoke with him briefly after.
No,
It was very
sentencing.
emotional.
Okay,
He
thank
said,
you.
I hugged Larry Woodcock and we cried. Larry Woodcock and Kay Woodcock were in there, tears running down their cheeks. I was sitting on a row in front of several law enforcement officers with their spouses. I could hear sniffles. I could hear, I didn't, not sobbing, but you could tell that people were crying. It was an emotional moment in there. And as we led up to the verdict, I mean, it actually happened so quick. I think we were in there less than 10 minutes. We've been in there 9 weeks. But when it came down to the verdict, the jurors were brought in. The jury, four-person said, we have a verdict. It was given to the judge. The judge opened it. The judge gave it to the clerk. The judge had the clerk read the verdict. Guilty, 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 guilty. Chad Daybell stood. The judge asked the prosecution if he wanted to do a roll call to poll each juror. The prosecution said no. The defense also said no, which is different than Lori Vallow's trial, where her defense attorneys said, yes, we want you to poll the jurors, and they did. And then the judge said, okay, now that this is a first-degree murder case and the prosecution filed an intent for the death penalty, we will go straight into the penalty phase, which begins at 3:15 this afternoon, and we will carry that for you live as it happens. And then if Chad Daybell is sentenced to death by the jurors, they will decide if he's sentenced to death. We don't know when that execution would happen. That could happen. It will likely be several years because there are
millennia.
So many
he has
appeals
10
in
appeals
death penalty cases, but it will likely be some
And they
time
don't put him to death
before Chad
because
Daybell
they don't
is
know how
put
to
to
do
death.
it
If they decide that route, if he
correctly.
is sentenced to serve life in prison,
I'm being
he will serve it at an
sarcastic.
Idaho Department of Correction facility, and he has not been assigned one, but I would imagine it would be somewhere in the Boise area. Got a cough here. So that's what we're looking at today. You can see we have a media podium set up here, assuming that some of the family members will come down and address reporters, probably not till after the penalty phase starts. You got to think that they've been preparing these statements. They've been waiting for this day for 4 years, over 4 years, to look Chad Daybell in the eye and try to get some sort of a closure or answers or something like that. And it's here. And the verdict was just read, and now they will sit down at the stand, at the podium, at the witness stand, and they will read their victim impact statements. So that's what we have going on here. Let's show people one more time. If you want to pan around here, Jordan, we can see the media people that are here. Lots of cameras from Idaho and national media as well. And then we also have several spectators who have gathered on the courthouse steps just to see what's going on and to get a look at the coverage that, or get a look at this historic day here at the Ada County Courthouse. I do want to say, if you missed the verdict, you can go back and watch it. All of the trial we have archived on our YouTube channel. 67
We do too.
witnesses called by the prosecution. Several of them were called multiple times. They testified 2 or 3 times. The defense then called 11 witnesses, and then there were rebuttal witnesses that the prosecution called 6 of those witnesses. So all in all, we heard from over 80 over 80 people on the witness stand during this trial. Some of those witnesses talked for only 2 or 3 minutes. Some spoke for an entire day. I believe Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo was on the stand an entire day. And it appears that this jury weighed all the evidence. They weighed all the exhibits. They weighed all the witness testimony and came up with this verdict. Chad Daybell guilty on all counts. Love to know your thoughts in the comments below, what you think about this verdict. Were you surprised? It took 6 hours, a little under 6 hours. My count was about 5 hours, 54 minutes. Lori Vallow's jury took about 7 hours.
Okay.
And, you know, very similar pattern to hers, whereas hers broke, her trial, the jury started deliberating late in the afternoon, went home, came back the next day, had a verdict around lunchtime. As for this trial, happened, they broke late in the afternoon yesterday, came back in the morning, and began deliberating too. In case you missed it earlier today, just about an hour before this verdict came down, I spoke with juror number 4 in Lori Vallow's trial. I interviewed her
Yeah.
just here outside the court,
She's
and
beautiful.
she told me that she kind of gave us some insight as
Yep.
to what happens inside that jury room while they're deliberating. For her, she was equally as nervous this year, she said, waiting for that verdict to come down, not knowing when it would be, what it would be. And now that the jury has this off
Sorry.
their minds, they can focus on the next stage, which is the penalty phase. So I think I'm going to run upstairs. I'm going to run back upstairs, get back inside the courtroom right now. As I mentioned, we will have that penalty phase here when it starts at 3:15. We're just going to stay live. You can stay live here. We'll probably keep the camera here in position in case anybody comes back out. And then once that penalty phase starts, you can just stay with us.
Okay, here is the link for, we're not going to stay live. We're going to roll right into this one. So I'm going to go crank that one up and I'll see y'all there in a minute. Be there or be square. Just kidding. Haha. All right. Love y'all. I know, huh?
I can't believe, was my mic all that time muted? I am so sorry. Well, you should be glad because I sang Chain of Fools for Beach Bum. So Krisha is starting a new video, because a new live, because she wants to get this. Okay. So here is the link for the new video. We're all gonna go meet right here. Let's see. Show this. We're all going over here. Who's not already over there? See, they've already started. Chris has started. So I'm putting this in the chat for us all to go over to see Precious in the new thing here. So I'm fixing to say goodbye. As bad as it is, I'm going to start my cam. Hey, y'all, as bad as it is, bad as my hair's looking right now, y'all think, yeah, that girl needs to go. Kresha has started a live on the other channel right now. I mean, not on the other channel. She started another live. So we're ending this one. Remember, love always wins. Here's the link. I've got the link over here also in the chat. Y'all go over to the Meet Kresha right now. Bye. Remember, love always wins.